15 seconds.
Okay.
So count down. Count down.
Yeah. Proceed, the life expert.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Okay, guys, everyone, I mean, please, when someone's talking, please remember that we need to mute our mics, okay?
Sure.
Great. Thank you so much.
To do it right now.
Oh,
thank you.
All right, we are live now. Great.
All right, so shall I start?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Rabat International Conference. We are very grateful to our international speakers and audience to be with us today. We are also very thankful to our conference organizing committee, particularly Ms. Marine Borouah, Najwa Al-Araibi, Mr. Nasr Matawi, Ms. Fatiha Middouli, and Mr. Ali Bko, and of course, Mr. Hussein Qasras, the conference director and founder and committee leader who have put together such an engaging program. Thank you, amazing people, for your dedication, time, patience, and efforts. I would also love to thank all our GBF and TECHNOVATION members. Without your generosity and help, we would not be able to create such an interesting conference that is about to start. So in addition to that, I would like to refer to the many initiatives that have taken place for the past few weeks, namely International TEFL Seminar, with great thanks to our committee organization team and TEFL trainees. We are fortunate to have the support of our great sponsor, TECHNOVATION Academy, who you will get to meet in a few moments. Quality education is a topic that was researched over and over again. However, despite the huge amount of ink that has been spilt, and despite all the topics that have been addressed, it still needs to be reflected upon and discussed. As you know, quality education is our major concern. It is as perplexed as it could be. It is very complex to measure. Over hot debates and discussions, experts in the field figured out its basics. They challenged the traditional views and introduced 21st century skills that can empower teachers and students to improve our educational system and accordingly solve the world's most basic problems. As educators, it is our job to create a positive, creative, and free learning environment which supports and empowers our learners. I sincerely hope you will enjoy today and tomorrow's conference. Thank you all for your participation and attendance. Before we launch our conference, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Asma Abul Faraj. I'm a cultural studies major at Mohammed V University. I'm also a certified educator and a leader with GBF. I was a lead volunteer teacher for several months with WASTA Community, an organization which encourages autonomous English learning. I'm also a member of the organization committee of this conference. And today I will be your moderator alongside Ms. Hafsa. And now I'm going to let you introduce yourself, Ms. Hafsa.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Hafsa Al-Haj, and I'm an English teacher in a primary school. And I was a previous ETII member. I don't know if, yeah, actually, you're just an amazing trainer. I'm just really proud of the experience. Yeah, of course. And I'm a TEFL trainee here, and I'm just really happy to be among you today. Actually, it's a pleasure. Yeah, thank you, Asma.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And just to remind you, this conference has been organized by Global Bus Foundation and TECHNOVATION Academy. Global Bus Foundation, or GBF, is an organization based in Morocco, Rabat. Its main goal is to offer great opportunities for growth and leadership. With its amazing leaders and members who practice high performance, it empowers youth and helps adults achieve their best potentials. It also helps teachers around the world and facilitates presentations, workshops, and offers TEFL courses. Before we turn our conference and turn over the conference to our first speaker, I would like to ask our coach and conference director and founder, Mr. Hussein Qasraz, to say a few words to the audience on behalf of Global Bus Foundation.
Thank you, Asma, for this interesting introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Rabat International Conference Board, it's a great pleasure to welcome all the participants from all over the world and declare the first Rabat International Conference is now open. So as you may know, Rabat International Conference is a joint effort between Global Bus Foundation Morocco and Picasso Academy Rabat. It goes without saying that English has become a universal language, and it has been extensively used as the main channel for the world to communicate in different contexts, occasions, and situations. So the increased and diversified use of English has created plenty of favorable conditions and benefits for English teachers as well as learners. And as you may know also that teachers and learners are the most key players in education. They are both the kings and queens in the field of education. Teaching and learning can never, ever get improved profoundly unless we take into account teachers and learners' voices. Education cannot inspire people unless teachers and learners are empowered. Education cannot create active citizens unless teachers and learners are involved in the decision-making process. In other words, here we can say that English teachers and learners are challenged by many problems and obstacles that need both short, medium, and long-term solutions. So to address this issue, the theme of today's conference, Rabat International Conference, is about the 21st century skills, empowering teachers and learners for quality education. We as educators find it very easy to say that we should opt for cooperative learning. Here helping learners to collaborate and not compete, since competition kills creativity. But the most essential question is how teachers bring collaboration into the classroom. So here the most important question is the how. So I'm very glad with the quality of the presentations, workshops, comments, questions, and discussions that we are able to offer to all the attendees of Rabat International Conference. And as you can see in the conference agenda, there are several speakers from different countries like Morocco, Philippines, Greece, Algeria, Tunisia, Pakistan, and so on, contribute to the conference with many presentations and workshops addressing key topics such as 21st century skills, online light activities, digital tools to engage learners, project-oriented learning, critical thinking, autonomous learning, online learning, etc. Very interesting topics, by the way. And as you know, again, Rabat International Conference on English language teaching is a platform for educators to share their expertise, ideas, innovations, experience, actions, research, etc. in the national, regional, and global context. We are sure that this year's conference will pose new intellectual challenges for all of us in the field of English teaching and learning, inspire us to make exciting cross-cultural exchanges and create dynamic networking opportunities for individuals and institutions and communities as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like also here to thank a lot our organizing committee for working hard and organizing this special program. They doubled their efforts. Sometimes they spent nights, okay, working hard. And it's really very interesting to see how our young educators, young Global Bus candidates who are doing this great job. Thank you so much again. To conclude this talk, I would like to raise the following questions. Question number one, how would the 21st century skills improve education? Number two, what 21st century skills do teachers need to work on to improve teaching and learning practices? Another question that comes to my mind is, why is it a must today to empower both teachers and learners with the 21st century skills. So while rushing to answers is not what academics do. So we hope this virtual conference generates a lively discussion as well as raise more questions about how we can go about English language teaching in the 21st century. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Hussein, for your welcome address. Thank you all for being here. Now, let me give the floor to Ms. Sadia Al-Bahi, the director of the conference, who is going to give us a little speech in Arabic. Yes, Ms. Sadia. Yes, Ms. Sadia.
Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والصلاة والسلام على مولانا رسول الله وآله وصحبه. أولا وبمناسبة هذا المؤتمر الدولي لأساتذة اللغة الإنجليزية، أود باسم أكاديمية تيكوسو للتكوين والاستشارات بشراكة مع الحافلة العالمية أن أرحب بجميع المشاركين والمشاركات معنا، ونتمنى أن ينال إعجابكم وتعم الفائدة بإذن الله. هدفنا نشر المعرفة، شعارنا يميزنا. فالمهمة الكبرى لأكاديمية تيكوسو للتكوين والاستشارات بشراكة مع الأكاديمية الكندية للتدريب والاستشارات والحاصلة على حق الجودة العالمية الإيزو 9001 في مجال التكوين والتدريب، والمعتمدة من الأكاديمية المهنية للمعلمين إضافة إلى الحكومة الكندية، وهي الحرص على اتباع مناهج تعليمية وتدريبية متكاملة ومعتمدة من أقوى المؤسسات الدولية، والذي يتم تقديمه في مركزنا بالعاصمة المغربية الرباط من قبل دكاترة وأطر ذوي خبرة مهنية عالية، مما يجعل من أي مدرب في أكاديمية تيكوسو يكسب معارف نظرية وعلمية وعملية. كما أننا نقدم تكوينات مستمرة مختلفة في مهن التدريس والتربية، من بينهم برنامج متكامل معتمد في تكوين أساتذة اللغة الإنجليزية الطفل، مربيات التعليم الأولي، مربيات. كما أن تيكوسو للتكوين والاستشارات لها خبرة مهنية كبيرة في مجال التنمية الذاتية والصحة النفسية، وتتوفر على برامج متكاملة في تكوين المستشارين النفسانيين والأسريين، وكذلك تدريب مدربين في التنمية الذاتية. إضافة إلى هذه التكوينات، فأكاديمية تيكوسو تهتم بمجالات أخرى، من بينهم تكوين وتسجيل الطلبة الحاصلين على شهادة البكالوريا المغربية في الجامعات العمومية الأوروبية. وختاما وبهذه المناسبة أود أن أقدم جزيل الشكر والتقدير للأستاذ حسين قصراص لاهتمامه الدائم بنجاح الشراكة القائمة بين أكاديمية تيكوسو للتكوين والاستشارات وبين مؤسسة الحافلة العالمية. كما نجدد الشكر لكل الضيوف، يعني لكل الضيوف الكرام الذين شاركونا في هذا المؤتمر الدولي، ونسأل الله تعالى أن يوفقكم في حياتكم المهنية ومزيدا من النجاح والعطاء والتوفيق. يعني معكم في هذه الكلمات سعدية الباهي، مديرة أكاديمية تيكوسو، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sadia Al-Bahi. It was a great pleasure meeting you. And now it is with great honor that I may introduce to you our first speaker and all the speakers that are going to participate in this conference. Our first participant is Mr. George Kokulas, who has been working as the academic director and teacher trainer for Express Publishing for the last 20 years. He is a certified level 5 TEFL teacher and a certified advanced neuro-language coach practicing neuro-language coaching professionally. The title of his presentation is In the Frontline of Online Teaching. I am sure our audience are very interested in your topic. Looking forward to it. Our next speaker is Ms. Munyan Gut, who is a full-time teacher at the American Language Center in Rabat. She has been teaching English as a foreign language for 20 years. She has also previously held the positions of Young Learners Program Coordinator, Regional and International Teacher Trainer, and Curriculum Coordinator. She has taught and and trained children, juniors, and adults from beginning to post-proficiency levels. Her presentation today is going to be about project-oriented learning. Now, projects are one of the most important things that we must discuss. Thank you for this initiative. Our next speaker is Ms. Rashida Gazim. She was the co-author of various textbooks, namely English in Life, Bridges, Highway, etc. In the last 3 decades, she has been teaching novice teachers at the Ministry of Education and teaching general English, business English, and legal English at the British Council Rabat. She is currently a teacher, trainer, and teacher at the American Language Center, and she has delivered various trainings in several countries from all over the world. Her presentation is going to be about light activities to use online. Very interesting, isn't it? Next, I am going to deliver a presentation about how to develop a gender-neutral learning environment. I'm not going to give you any further information or details. I will let you discover by yourselves. Our next speaker is Ms. Sundus Ezzi, a high school head teacher. She participated in many national, international workshops and conferences in Algeria. She also presented her 3 workshops organized by Middle School English Teachers Circle. Her presentation is going to be about critical thinking. Is it all about thinking? Such an interesting topic that we all urge you to attend. And of course, next we have Mr. Abdelmonaim Ligmidi, who is currently a teacher. He graduated from Ibn Tufayl University with a TEFL master's degree. He has shown great interest in English teaching, learning, and teaching, and has been interested in language teaching pedagogy, curriculum development, ICT in education, and professional development. His topic today is about modern instructional approaches for teaching and writing. And our last speaker is Ms. Doha Jamai. She hasn't attended yet, but she's going to enter the Zoom platform very, very soon. She had the International School Award, British Council. Her passion for global education has led her to teach in classrooms and collaborate with teachers from all over the world. She had the chance to make connections via Microsoft Educator community and via Intwinning, to improve her students' core skills. She is a lifelong learner and believes that as long as she's an educator, she will always be striving to improve her own practice. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your presence and participation. And you are the very most important part of this conference. Okay, so now I shall give the floor to Mr. George Kokolas, who would launch this conference with his amazing presentation. Yes, Mr. Kokolas, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation. It was the second time in the row that I was invited in a similar conference by Mr. Caceres or Caceres, sorry, if I'm pronouncing this in a different way. And it's a real honor to be part of this panel. Before I start and talking about 21st century skills, I chose a topic that I have presented before. I think it's very, very up to date. Just to say one phrase, 21st century skill, regarding any possible aspect can only go through and be taught through education. So I think we have an awesome responsibility as educators to transmit the message, get the message across to all the students, because this is what they really need today to thrive in the academic and in the professional world. But it can only come through us. It can only come through the school. It can only come through the education or any kind of educational institution. And I think our responsibility is multiplied because of our profession, our specific profession. We are teachers of the English language. We are teachers of language. We facilitate communication. Communication is the pillar for all the 21st century skills. And if this cannot be achieved in, a small classroom, no matter if it's in Philippines, in Morocco, or in Greece, then it cannot be applied to the rest of any professional or academic or educational environment. So we have to be very well trained so to be able to convey this message, and at the same time be and become the first examples who do practice the 21st century skills everywhere, all the time, all over the place. Today, I'm not going to be, my presentation is not something so specific about the 21st century skills, but I'm going to focus on something that I'm sure all of you have experienced during these difficult pandemic times, no matter where you are. And I would like to make a statement before I start. I'm not an expert on online teaching. However, I'm someone who has studied a lot, made a lot of research, practiced it a lot of times during the last 7 or 8 months. And the second statement has to do with the title of this presentation. If you are wondering why I chose this belligerent or maybe warfare-like title, it's because that's exactly how it felt. It felt like overnight I was given a gun and I was sent in the front line and I was told, fight. Well, this talk is about experience, and it's about, the news from the teaching online frontier, someone who went there and came back and still fighting as the rest of the world. A few tips, a few experiences that I would like to share, and maybe provide a basic context about all of you, for all of you who would like to teach online or already practicing teaching online. The first thing I learned, and after many days and months of pondering, because when I started, I was feeling that something was missing from the whole process. And then Maria Davu, Dr. Maria Davu, she's one of the best trainers right now in Greece and in Europe, and one of my best friends. She wrote an article, and I completely identified with this content. And my friends, this is the first advice, if you would like, or recommendation that I can give today, starting this presentation. The same teaching qualities that form your currency as offline teacher will be needed when you are online. Nothing changes. The only thing that changes are some devices, or that the whole setting is transferred online. If you have some basic digital skills, you can make it. But what you need to realize is that you should always preserve the same qualities that you use in the classroom. These cannot change. These will never change. And these will be the qualities and the virtues that will keep your students engaged, that will keep the interest of your students listening to you all the time. I'm talking about creativity. I'm talking about student-centered lessons. Remember, this is not about us. This is about them. They should still be able to learn. They should still be able to acquire the necessary skills after the online classes. We will simply deliver, as always. We will become the communicators and the facilitators, as you can see in the last bullet. And in this process, we still need to be resourceful, which means that it's almost imperative that we don't have only a plan B, but a plan C, a plan D, and plan E. Later on, we're going to see that in the majority of the times, things may not go as planned. And of course, what I always say to all the new teachers, be very well prepared. There is no parthenogenesis in learning. Nothing is accidental. Everything has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And the same stands when I'm lesson planning for my online classes. Let's start becoming more specific. I know that some of you will find that this is very self-explanatory, but I can tell you that I'm not here to rediscover America, and each one of these bullets can literally ruin your lesson. if they happen in a bad, if they become in a bad day, if you find them in a bad day, or if you haven't procured about them wisely, maybe you can simply not deliver. I would highly recommend a laptop or a tablet of a very high quality. Check your internet connection. This is what we call the bandwidth. I had to learn about this as well. If you are in a house that's because of the quarantine, your son, your daughter is playing PlayStation or are on Skype, you may not be able to transmit frequency and the signal which is right and sufficient so to reach the computer of your students. The video conference software, of course, the majority of people are using Zoom, but I can tell you without making any advertisement, I have found 90 different softwares that can do exactly what Zoom is doing, maybe in a better price, and all you have to do is look for them. If I am allowed, to say, WebEx has worked very well for me. The big blue button as well are some of them, very stable, very steady, and with less participants. Speakers, headphones, earphones, and the microphone will provide high quality. So don't be afraid to invest a little bit of more money than you usually do to buy some, at least decent. It will improve the quality of transmission and of your webinar or virtual classroom, any of these two. The content. Regarding the content, obviously you can choose an LMS software. I highly recommend many of these platforms like the DigiBooks by Express Publishing, like Moodle as well. There is also Edmodo, which is a very good platform, or any other learning application that you can use as content. However, the second bullet is really what worked really fine for me, and I think it's the best example of frontline blended learning. If you have an interactive whiteboard software, by using your share screen button, you can have a complete, absolute, very interactive online lesson. The students are following the software, they are having maybe their books in front of them, and it's the perfect combination of printed and digital input at the same time. You can definitely integrate PDF, EPUB books or iBooks, but they are very static. I wouldn't use them like the main column of my lesson, but as supplementary materials. Of course, the buzzing word is flipped classroom, and many people like my good friend Russell Stannard have talked so many times about this. I love this idea. Basically, you can give them a hook, you can give them a carrot that they can use after you turn off the computer, or combine activities outside of the digital environment with something that they will do, as I said, after you finish the lesson. It's an amazing idea, and if you ask me, I think this is the future, even the very near future, and we can see some ways you can practice it. Yes, do use videos, always with a lesson plan, and of course, something that I have experienced a lot, during these pandemic times, during these online times, any content that had gamification, that motivated the students to play, to participate in a game, to give them an extra motivation with a reward, did really work a lot in a virtual environment. So I highly recommend anything that has to do with gamification. Now, delivery of the lesson. I'm going to stress it again. It might be fundamental, it might be very simple, but when you stand in front of the camera, you should have a before, a during, and an after the lesson plan. This is essential. This is important. It doesn't change. It's exactly what you do when you are in the same class, but you have to have the script prepared of your lesson. And before the lesson, I need to say congratulations to the organizers, because that's exactly what we did before we start this conference. We got together for half an hour. We tested the screen, we tested the microphone, we tested the speaker, and we tried to find what we call the best tools that work for us, and try to see if they work in this specific environment. Prepare and practice a lot in advance, as you can see in the second bullet. And even if you do find the right microphone or the right device, keep looking for better ones. If you look it up, if you try to search on the Google, you get what we call in psychology choice fatigue. There are so many of them that literally you don't know what to choose. So find what really works and what works for your students, because I find this microphone fantastic, but if you cannot hear me at the other end of the line, what's the point of using it? So it's a two-way interactive process. That's why I pay special attention to the before the lesson preparation. Make sure that the material is compatible. You may want to integrate one source, a video, or a document that literally classes digitally with the software you are using. It's under the umbrella of good preparation. Make sure you test it before. And my friends, as the presenter said, I have presented to 90 different countries and I've been doing this for 20 years. Prepare to troubleshoot. There's something like up there that definitely somehow messes with the presentations, and sometimes even if you have prepared everything, something might happen. So do prepare to troubleshoot, do not panic, have the solution ready. And I was watching another webinar before I joined this one, and I'm so happy that this very same idea has been suggested by other trainers. This is still a transitional period. We're still under trial. So you need to adjust your expectations. First of all, you need to reset your and your students' timeline. Things may not be covered. What I'm trying to say is that things may not be covered as they used to. You may fall a little bit behind in the syllabus. You may miss some of the hours, okay, just because of trouble or troubleshooting or technical problems. It's fine. It's okay. As Sofia Mavridi says, who is an expert in online teaching, it doesn't have to be perfect. We need to reset and we have to compromise every time we go online. Things won't be the same like, you know, the face-to-face teaching. And we need to expect some delays and some adjustment of the syllabus that we would do anyway, even, you know, in a face-to-face class. During the lesson, some basic principles that I said before. Break the materials into chunks. It's very boring, and that's another thing that I need to congratulate the organizers. When you are online, you cannot listen to anyone more than maximum 40 to 45 minutes. Okay, so be specific, be at the topic. It's not because of the speaker, it's not because of you. It's because there's so many distractions to the people around the people who are listening to you. So break materials into chunks and make it as specific as possible. And if they absorb this chunk, then you move into the next one. When you see chunk, you can address any kind of grammar, morphology, phonology, interaction, speaking that you want to teach during your lesson. Generate interactivity. Monologues are boring, even when they happen face-to-face. So try to address all the time, check in. It's like in our lives. We're always checking our relationships every day. Are you there? Are you listening to me? You want me to repeat this? Is everyone okay? I know that sometimes it's very tiring for the teacher, but it has to happen. And a trick to do that is to provide immediate or at least frequent feedback. Every time you assign something to them, try to say, that was good, let's get it one more time, or you need to correct this or that. This is really, really important. Digitalizing your assessment is also in a way imperative. There have been so many seminars around it. I'm going to give you some examples. And if you can, the same happens with gamification. When I say assessment, this is from another thing that I did during the classroom. This is from an A1 class that has to do with speaking. And if you see the steps, I do exactly what I do in the regular class. I have the model. I have provide practice and appropriate explanation of the language structures. I'm asking for feedback. I ask them to practice in pairs in front of the camera, because this is an online task. I practically, what I managed to do is to take a face-to-face task and try to adjust it in front of the camera. I monitor the activity and provide immediate feedback right there when they make the first practice. Then I assign the pairs to act out in front of the camera. And what is the most important, and this is the element of the flipped classroom here, I'm assigning this act out as homework. So the next time that they have to come back, they need to have practiced it beforehand. They need to have absorbed all this language. And if possible, ask them to video record it and send it to you via an email. This is just a very simple adjustment of speaking assessment, because many teachers are asking me, how are we going to practice speaking? 80% of it is exactly what you do in the classroom. You just need to integrate technology with a little bit of video recording, with acting out in front of the camera, and make them familiar with this idea. Nothing more, nothing less. Regarding, even composition writing, this is where I always get some help from the learning management systems that I use. In this case, this is EasyBooks from Express Publishing. The composition is practically ready. This is the model. I analyze it. Then I ask them to send it by email or via the LMS inbox, and I correct it. But still, it's assessment via composition. And of course, the platform keeps the score for you. That is why that was my first option regarding the content. Choose a platform that will keep the score, and it will help you a lot with assessment. This is again come from DigiBooks. Every time there are some digital stickers that you can send, or any kind of appraisal, any kind of praise that you can give them. It might be some points that they earn, or some other digital stickers. Also, this particular platform has this element of dividing the students into different clans that they compete with each other, using and following the content of the digital content. And so through gamification, we do achieve learning, and we have seen a lot of thriving and struggling for getting some good grades, which is good for the assessment. Now, during the lesson, some very basic things that we should not forget. Always make eye contact. Check your screen presence. They are looking at you all the time. Use a lot of body language to communicate. Think about your posture. Never slouch over, because it doesn't look so good. And as I have said many times, the first presenter on this earth was somebody that came from my country, and it was Omer. Omer didn't have a laptop, didn't have a microphone, didn't have a camera. He simply had his ARP, and he was using his voice, and he was enchaining the crowd with his stories and content. You have a great power of presenting there. We should be presenters. We should be actors as well. So use your voice in different ways as you would do in a regular classroom. Minimize distractions. Give some time off the screen for you as well. You may want to appear like a chart or a video, because it might be very tiring watching to you all the time. I posted an article the other day that comes from a state in the United States where the PJs, pajamas, were forbidden during any Zoom educational meeting. And I would partially agree, because this provides a more professionalism to the whole act, not only from the part of the teacher, but also from the student. So looks do matter. Be smart, be professional, look, let me put it this way, do not be dressed in a way that may provoke any comments for your students. We are still models when we're teaching online. And yes, you may laugh at the last point. Make sure that the room is clean, because so many distractions may come from you that may affect the lesson. And for the last 5 minutes.
Mr. Yes, 5 minutes left.
5 minutes.
Great.
I know. I'm timing myself. That's the last slide.
Amazing.
After the lesson, give them an off-camera hook. Always assign homework. Always assign something that they will deliver after the camera is turned off. A flip challenge, maybe, something which is connected from the real book to the digital classroom. A project or an exercise or a simple exercise. Never forget this recipe. And it's been something like 7 months right now. And this came also from an interview that I had with my friend Rashida here. This is the amazing times that 3 different generations are watching your lessons. Students, their parents, and sometimes their grandparents. Because during the quarantine, it was also grandmother and grandfather who were watching the lesson and were appreciating your job. Make them your allies, your whole family, your parents, with some emails, or some video conferencing that has to do only with the parents, trying to show them that this really works. Because my friends, this is here to stay. This is here to stay. And that's why the individual check-ins are really, really important. Every single day, individual with the students, individual with the parents. make sure that they appreciate what you are doing. It's there. We cannot hide from anyone. You know, every single day we're getting into these homes and we deliver. And yeah, they may be sometimes critical or they may doubt this, but I find this a little bit normal. When you teach in front of the crowds, not everyone will like what you're doing, or they may question it. It's our duty to how can I say, defend our profession and what we are doing. So I want the parents of my kids as friends. And this is happening only if you talk them into this idea, if you present what you are doing, if you explain why you are doing this and why you are doing that. And the most important thing, if they see that this works, you're not going to have any problem. Just make them part of this whole online soup of teaching. Another idea, some real books. If you read, for example, 5 books, you get extra points. This is something that I implemented that it really works like a flip challenge. And this is all the research for this talk. It's at your disposal anytime you may want to check it. I'm afraid due to some already commitments that I had, I need to leave this panel, but I'm going to leave you my email. I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have right now. But if you have any further questions about this presentation, I will be more than happy to answer them via email or via the Global Bus Foundation panel or Facebook page or any other possible way. Am I on time, Mrs. Operator?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your informative presentation. The audience are also interactive. They have sent some questions, but we're going to discuss them later on. Our next speaker is Ms. Munyan Gut.
So can I say goodbye? Can I say officially goodbye to everyone?
Please.
Enjoy the rest of the conference, and anything you may need from this presentation, let me know. Mr. Caceres, thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, our pleasure.
Bye. Thanks very much.
Thank
and
you
good luck
so
to the rest of the speakers. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. George. Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Munia, who is going to talk to us about project-oriented learning. So, Ms. Munia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Okay. Share the screen. Hello, everybody. Happy to be here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, so today I'm going to share with you what I have learned as a teacher and as a learner, because I believe a teacher is a learner forever, which is when we do projects as teachers and when we have our students do projects, we do learn so much more, so much better than when we just teach or learn in the traditional way. So I'm going to share with you today 2 projects that I was involved in with my students. The first one is with an international organization called TECHNOVATION Challenge. And the second one was with National Geographic. So 20 minutes are not really enough for me to talk about everything, but I will just try to give you ideas. And of course, I'm open to further questions or, chats, emails, anything for further information. So here we go. I'll start my mini presentation where I try to compile everything. So first, let's go. Here we start with here we go. So first, it's the TECHNOVATION Challenge. What is TECHNOVATION Challenge? It's a competition for girls. Basically, it tries to include girls in technology because there is a very low percentage of girls, women participating in technology or being innovators in technology. So this challenge is basically meant to encourage the women of tomorrow to get involved in technology. But it's not just technology. It's, as you see here from their website, it's described as inviting teams of young people from all over the world to learn and apply the skills needed to solve real world problems through technology. So that's the project. It includes some problem solving, like finding the problem first in the real world, then trying to solve it with technology, with some life skills, which honestly, I haven't learned until I was a graduate student and as a teacher as well. There are so many things I learned alongside my students through this challenge. So here I'm going to summarize what the challenge is for. First, it's for girls who are between 10 and 18. There is a junior section between 10 and 14 years old, and then the seniors between 15 and 18. What is it that they're supposed to do? They're supposed to create a mobile application and then do some business planning. And then why? To solve some problems in our community. Some themes include health, education, environment, poverty, or gender equality. Those are the main themes that they try to find problems in and then try to solve them in teams. So the TECHNOVATION challenge has a learning model, and that's why I'm focusing here on the learning models, and that's why I call them project-oriented learning. What's the model? It's it goes through steps. Here it's on their website. You can always go back to the website. I have included the website address below. But here I'm going to give you my summary of their model. Their model goes in 4 steps. The first step is ideation. It's brainstorming to identify a problem in the community. And then there is the technological part, which is to develop an app, a mobile app solution. And then there is the entrepreneurship side, which is to build a business plan to launch their app. And then there is the pitch, which includes filming, speaking, to deliver the business and to bring it to the market. After so here I'm really trying to be concise. National Geographic, again, there is the educator network that I really welcome you to go and join. It's really interesting. There's so much to learn. There is ongoing learning, like endless learning, which is great for ambitious teachers. And here, National Geographic also, they have a learning framework, which is summarized in the acronym ASK. Why ASK? Because it's based on the mindset of the explorer. The idea here is to try to make of our students little explorers, to build the mindset of explorers in our kids or students learning. So the attitudes, the skills, and the knowledge that are acquired by the explorer are what we are trying to get our students involved in their projects. So to go quickly here, like the attitudes of an explorer and which we are searching in our learners are curiosity, responsibility, and empowerment. The skills are observation skill, communication skill, collaboration skill, and problem solving skill. And then there is a basic knowledge that the explorers have, which are the human journey, the changing planet, and the wildlife, which is the knowledge of all the world and the wildlife where we live. Okay, so basically this is like the let's say the summary of the 2 organizations, National Geographic and TECHNOVATION Challenge. But now I would like to share with you a project demo video where I'm trying to highlight what I have experienced, like how I have used the projects. And before I show you the video, I want to tell you that even I, as a teacher, have learned how to make a video thanks to these projects, if you see what I mean. Like I have learned with my learners how to make a video, how to edit a video. And I'm sharing with you here the content, but also the form. The form is a new learning experience for me. So I'm saying here, it has been empowering for my learners for sure, but for me as a teacher as well. And I'm really happy to share with you this achievement in terms of learning. So I have the video here, but I think I'm gonna leave this to show you the full screen video. Here, I prefer this one. So you see the full screen. And here we go.
First, you click on the bully vanish icon. You see the launching screen? Click on the Start button. Type your name, Adam for example. Check your age category, then click on the Next button. When you first open the application, you'll get into the launching screen. After a while, you'll automatically get into the homepage, which contains all the farms we've got. You can also choose a specific region so only the farms there will appear. Comes from two sources, namely and other factors involved. From a monetary point of view, development demands support from different partners. Hi, my name is Asad Hani. I'm 15 and I am the CEO and the business manager. Hi, my name is Sakina Bilkbir. I'm 14 years old and I'm the technical manager.
Hi everyone, I'm Kinza Qasi, I'm 15 years old, I'm the comp.
rocks. They use the big filter to filter the rock. And then they use the medium filter to filter the small parts. In this balloon, the big one, the rods go down, the water will go in the center, and here in the top we have the gas. I'm participating in Explorer Challenge. We search about an explorer, and it's Joe Cutler. He is an explorer in National Geographic. He explores freshwater places, and he lives in Central Africa, in Cameroon and Gabon. Hi, Joe Cutler. I want to be like you. I really like what you do, your hobbies, and the idea of fishing in the freshwater. I want to say I love his job, and I want to be one day like him. So say me good luck.
Hi, Munya's class, and a special hello to Isra, Fatih, Fatin, and Hiba.
Hi. Hi again. This in my video I tried to compile everything like my video, my experiences with TECHNOVATION and National Geographic. What I want to say here, I still have about 6 minutes or 5 minutes. What I want to say here is that yes, I'm sharing with you 2 great international organizations where I participated, but that's not the point that I want to make today. What I want to make today, what I want to say today is that these 2 experiences have really changed my way of teaching altogether. Like any regular class has become project oriented because it has really proved to be the most effective way, the most motivating way for the learners, for me as a teacher and for the learners. There's always a goal of completion of something. We are going to complete something together. There's the community building, the team spirit, and there are so many skills together in this when you have a project. There's public speaking, there's collaboration, communication. As you saw, like I tried to throw words coming from the National Geographic Learning Framework, coming from the learning model in TECHNOVATION, but it all goes around what we already know as English language teachers, which is basically student-centered learning. You know, all those words that we use in ELT already come together here. There is a connection with the world. There is a community service. There are so many skills. If you saw from my video, there is research, there is data collection, interviewing, questionnaire making, analysis of the data. It's things that we personally, I have started learning when I wanted to try to write my thesis. I never knew those skills as a child or as a teenager. And the beautiful thing about this is that I'm still learning. We are still learning. We can all learn together through projects. And that's my point of view. I think I've come to an end to my presentation, but if anyone wants to ask a question, I don't know if the committee would allow them to, but I'm willing to answer. I have no problem. Like if there is something not clear or something, Otherwise, I can always do that later, like after the conference without any problem. Here I'm sharing with you my email account, my YouTube channel, where you would have my my capstone for National Geographic, which allowed me to get a certificate as an educator. You'll find my TECHNOVATION girls projects there if you're interested. And this Facebook page is basically for my students. I share there my lessons, my whiteboard lessons, or some activities, and that's it. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope I haven't been too long. I am not used to presentations, I'm more used to workshops, so it was really tough for me trying to make a presentation as light, as interactive as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your inspiring presentation. The projects you have introduced to us are absolutely marvelous. Everyone in the comments are expressing their appreciation and love for your projects. There are some questions. I think we'll move to a little discussion. Since Mr. Kalkalas is not here, I'm going to skip his questions, but we do have some questions for you, Ms. Munia. The first one, how can we encourage our students to be involved in such projects? How can we encourage them? Give them the motivation.
Yeah, can you just stop sharing first? Thank you.
Yes, Hussein?
Can you stop sharing? Thank you. Then we can discuss. Thanks a lot.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry. I don't want to leave the floor. I like it so much. Okay. Yes. The question is, how can we motivate the learners to get involved in the projects? First, yes. My way of doing it is to show them the outcome. Like, you know, we're going together, we're gonna work together, and we're gonna present this, and like giving them a reward. Like, for example, for the Explorer Challenge, at the end, I say, you know, if we manage to make a good project, I will send it to the Explorer himself, and if he likes it, he will respond to us. And so they had this goal, like, oh my God, Joe Cutler is gonna talk to us, oh my, and they were like really working hard towards it. For TECHNOVATION, it's an international competition. It's over 20,000 girls in the world. By the way, I want to tell you, like, my teams won first place in Morocco, but they also won first place in Africa. And it was like, I mean, but from the beginning, I told them, you know, you are already winners. It's not about the prize. It's not about the prize. It's about you and what you're going to learn, and you're going to stand in front of people, and you're going to make an app. Imagine you are going to make an app, and we're going to sell it to Google, you know, Google Play Store, and people can use it, and we can help. And the thing with TECHNOVATION, for example, they came up with the problem. That's why the ideation part is really important. I was like, you find your problem. What do you want to solve in the community? And they were like Moroccan problems, and it was broad, and then they moved to education, and then from education to bullying, and they were like, yes, bullying. I was like, okay, let's help the bullied to solve the problem. And they were interviewing psychologists, they were questioning people. That was the empowerment. I can make a change. I can make a positive change. So for me, these two things are what I can share with you.
Thank you so much. I am very amazed.
Thank you.
I'm amazed.
Yes.
This is how our educational system will improve. It's by working outside the classroom. Yes, Mr. Hussein, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this great presentation. It's very inspiring how teachers create positive changes, outside the classroom. Okay, that's really great, because we do believe that learning does not take place only inside, okay, but also outside the classroom. Okay, real life communication, real life situations. And my question, Mrs. Munia, by the way, she's a great trainer, and I have been, worked with her, and she really inspired me by some of her interesting presentations and workshop. My question is very simple. How long did it take? This project, and how how could you manage your professional with your personal life? It means that you worked a lot on this project.
Definitely, definitely. For TECHNOVATION, I'll start with TECHNOVATION. It was a lot of work. It goes, it's about 3 months, and it really requires more than 3 months. So it means we used to work together at night, on weekends. It really it needs a lot of extra work on because it's a lot of training. Those little girls don't know anything, and they need to learn how to do how to make an application. I mean, the coding is a mind killer. Here, I want to say something very important. I'm not an expert in. I'm not a business. Those girls. Coaches who, so I still have contacts if you ever need the contacts. So that was really helpful, but it was a lot of information for those little girls. So as a mentor, you need to be always motivational, always positive, always like, yes, we can do it. Yes, you know, let's do it. And let's find a slogan, you know, to work with. For example, together, united, we can, we will make a change. You know, you have to boost their self-esteem and empower them. Although there were times when they were down, times when I was down, but of course I was like trying to hide it in order not to affect them, you know. It's a lot of work, but it's so much rewarding. And the reward is not just the price. I want to tell you, for me, the biggest reward is seeing the shyest little girl becoming such a confident young woman giving a presentation in public. That was for me the biggest reward. Like the whole personalities of those little girls changed. They were like, I can do it. I can talk, you know, I can. It's just so empowering. Have
Thank you.
Well,
Thanks a
yeah.
lot.
Okay.
Those are the real characteristics of a great leader, of someone who empowers their learners. Thank you so much, Ms. Monia. We also have another question. We have like 5 minutes left for the discussion. Our next question is, did you face any challenges in the process?
Of course. So many challenges. And like Mr. George was just talking about technology, I had like some technology problems and I didn't know how, because I'm not a technology expert myself, and here I'm mentoring these girls with technology. And there were times of panic. There was the submission deadline, you know, because things get really exciting and towards the end, like when there is really no time left, and like you try to upload and then overnight and nothing is uploaded and you're like, oh my God, I'm gonna lose it, you know. There were times of panic. There were times of girls who would say, I give up. I can't do it. I'd be like, no, you can. Listen to me. You can do it. Listen, you know. There were times, it was a big challenge, especially the TECHNOVATION challenge. National Geographic was met with deadlines, but for me, more than for the girls, you know, I had to complete the project, but it wasn't as, you know, I had to complete the project to get my certificate, you know, it wasn't like, but the project was being done anyways. With TECHNOVATION challenge, the pressure was on me because I needed the girls to complete the project. I was like, there is no way they're gonna fail their first projects in life because it's gonna make them feel like failures. They had to succeed, they had to complete in order to take on more and more projects in their lives.
Thank you so much. Indeed, stressful situations are part of our growth. In order to grow and to be the leaders we are, we need to face a lot of failures and a lot of stressful, situations, as I said earlier. So thank you so much for this amazing talk. If only we could spend like the whole afternoon with you, but we have so many
opportunity. Hussein, I really appreciate it. And Asma, you're wonderful. All the participants, beautiful faces looking at me. That's very encouraging and motivating.
Thank you so much.
And all of you get involved in such projects. I mean, not advertising TECHNOVATION or National Geographic, but advertising the ELT, and the teachers who should always keep getting involved in new challenges to learn more and more, and just to make us and our environments better and better each day,
Thank you, and a million thank you. I think now we will move to our next workshop. We will move to the next speaker, Ms. Rashida, who is going to give us an insight on how to use some light activities online. Ms. Rashida, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Could you please share your screen?
I'm going to share my screen.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, please make it full screen.
Okay. Now, yes?
Great, thank you.
Good. Hello, everyone. Hi from Buzmika, where the sun is shining and people are swimming, and we are talking about English. Can you believe it? Well, anyway, it's still good to talk about English teaching. I suggested these activities because I knew that there were going to be nice presentations, nice people doing and telling us about a lot of things. That's why I would like to share a few ideas with you. Some you might know, some you might not know, but it's okay. It's good to remember and to remind people about nice activities that we might have forgotten about. So it's good to be using them online. You can, of course, you can use them the way you like. I like them because I have used them and they worked. So please feel free to change them if you think they are too low level, too high level, whatever you like. But they're all yours. I hope that you can get them if this, I think this session is recorded, so you might like get them. I might also send them on a PDF if you like, but anyway, they're all yours. Are you ready? First activity is this one. It's called What's the Question? So very simple, very nice. And we know that our students are not very good at making questions. They make a lot of mistakes, etc., etc. So this would be what is the question? You give them the answer. You underline the part that you want them to ask a question about. And look, it's all there. Okay, there are 2 pages. I'm going to move to the next page, and you'll see that it's what, who, when, why, where, which, etc., etc. You'll see that when you look at them, of course, it's all yours. You can divide them into different parts. Do a part today and the other part tomorrow and the other part the following day. You can change them, of course. It's all yours. This is the second part, if you see. Okay, it's all there. It's all there. So please feel free to use them, to change them, and do it as a game. Do it as a guessing game. Do it as a whatever you like, you know. But it's a very good activity that you can use with your students, and I'm sure they will love it because and it's at the same time a nice way of revising, asking questions. I think it's a very important part of grammar. I know it's grammar, but it's okay. Grammar is important, and we need to know how to ask questions. So please feel free to use these 2 worksheets. They're very good. Cut them into pieces. Try to play with them. Do as you like. So that's the first activity. Can I move on? I think it's quite clear, and you can see it. The second activity is this one. It's word search puzzle. I have been using the word search puzzle maker on Google. You just go and you write word search puzzle worksheet maker or generator, and if you want to use you want to recycle some vocabulary or you know, irregular verbs or anything that you like. You make a list of all those words. You put them into there is a square. You put them into a square, and it goes just by itself. And of course, you give it to your students. You can do any topic, anything you want. It's all yours. You are not there is no plagiarism. It's all yours. You make it, but don't forget to have the the key, because sometimes you can't find the words. So it happened to me once. If you do it, if you make your own word search puzzle, please make sure you have the key. Okay, but really it's fantastic. You can have any topic on your worksheet on word search puzzle. And you see there is an example, if you like. Can you see it? So word search puzzle, irregular verbs. I've given them all the verbs, and now they can find them in there, and they can share. They can do it in pairs. They can do it in groups. They can do it as a game, and you are free to make as many word search puzzles as you like, with any topic, with anything, with vocabulary, grammar, with prepositions, adverbs, anything you like. It's a very nice way of revising anything that you would like to revise. Okay, so word search puzzle maker. Just as I said, look, you just go to Google, you write word search puzzle worksheet maker or generator, and it's there. It's all for you. You can insert as many words as you want, and it works. Okay, so that's number 2. Now let's move on to number 3. Here, maybe for the little ones, the word shape worksheet maker, which is for handwriting. Very often kids are too small to write, and if you have little ones, I know that a lot of centers now are giving classes to little ones. So the handwriting worksheet is absolutely marvelous. It's really nice. You can make your own worksheet, and you can print it out, make copies, and it's here, the handwritingworksheets.com. You just go there, you click on it, and you have all sorts of examples that you can use, and you can do it at any level. Of course, the little ones, because we're trying to have some sort of a mixture of activities that you can use with the little ones, with the juniors, with the teens, and also with adults. So here, if you are teaching little ones, this is a very nice way of making them write. We need handwriting. It's important. We need to have nice handwriting. Please make sure that you make your students like handwriting, because one day we will forget all about handwriting. Okay, activity number 4. I love this one. It's called the Wonderful Worldwide Names Quiz. Can you tell me, give me the name of an ocean beginning with A? Atlantic. What name a sort of food beginning with B? For Moroccans, bread. Name a part of house beginning with D, dining room. Okay. Name a planet beginning with N, Neptune. Okay. I like the last one here. Name what is it? It's name a country or a musical instrument beginning with X, xylophone. So it's a really nice activity here. Look at all it's all the alphabet there, and do it as a game, do it as some online or even a worksheet, do it as a it's fabulous. I love it. Every time I do it with my students, they love it, they like it, and it brings so much new things. They learn things. Good for spelling, good for pronunciation, good for geography, good for any sort of things. So don't hesitate. If you want to add more, do it. It's really nice, and I'm absolutely sure that you will love it as much as I do. And it was done by Derek Strange. It's not mine, but I like to share things that I like with other people. So please feel free to do it with your students. They will like it. I assure you that it's a very nice activity. You can do it online, of course. That's why I called it light activities that you can do online. Now, let's move to the next one. Oops. What's happening? Activity number 5. This is something that I found, that I shared, and that I adapted and this is called, do you know the US? I did one on Morocco, and I will share it later if you like, but here are 20 statements and questions about the United States. This is a very beautiful activity that you can do online with your students. First, see how many you can complete without looking at any information. Then, using whatever resources you need, answer the remaining questions. It's really something where you can go and look for things, find the answers, try to find the thing that really is nice about this, that you write each correct letter on the line next to the question. When all the answers, and if the answers are all correct, you will spell out a famous US landmark and its location. Write the famous landmark and its location on the line after question 20. Number 1, the largest state is Texas, Alaska, or California? Tell me. I would go for Alaska. Okay. Now, the next one, the smallest state is Rhode Island, Idaho, or Delaware? And I would go for H, Rhode Island, and so on and so forth. It's a beautiful, beautiful activity on how to get more information about the US. This is the US, but you can do it for Britain. You can do it for Morocco. I did it with some slides on Morocco, and it worked perfectly well. It's really beautiful. And look at the last. You have 20 questions, and of course, the famous US landmark is, and its location is, the Sears Tower, Chicago. So all the letters here that you can see, T is the answer for 1, H is the answer for 2, E is for the answer for 3, S is, and you see all those letters give you the Sears Tower, Chicago. And what is beautiful about that, it brings so much information. Even sometimes you think it's that, but it's not that. So it corrects sometimes what you think is correct, but it's not in your mind. So remember, a beautiful activity, very nice one. I did it with the city of Agadir, with pictures and things like that, and people loved it. Students loved it. Trainees loved it. So please try this one. It's very nice. You love it. You like it. Now, let's move on to activity number 6. Songs. My cup of tea and my life is songs. Please, please give your students songs. I have got here a few of them that you can find, of course, on YouTube. But the lyrics are here. There is some work that I have done on them. Please have a look. They're very simple, very easy. Those are songs Never Die. You'll see, you'll love them. Number 1 is Stand By Me. Ding, 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 ding. So it's really nice. You just listen to it. You give those words to your students. Let them do it. They will love it, and make them sing. Make them sing. They love it when they sing. You'll see. Stand By Me. Beautiful song. Just go to Google or YouTube. You find the lyrics. You find everything. You find the music, and let them sing. So darling, darling, stand by me. You know the song. There are 2 activities here. You like them. Now, second question is My Coat of Many Colors by Dolly Parton. It's a beautiful song with a moral of the story. The moral of the story is beautiful, and I really, and it's a very good activity for simple past. It's got plenty of verbs in the simple past. It's very easy. It's a beautiful song. I remember my mother used to cry because I explained the song to her and said, Mom, this is what she says. And every time she heard me playing, she started crying. She said, Mom, don't cry. It's just a song. But it's true that it's a beautiful song. There is a moral of the story. Please help yourself to it. You can delete anything you like or add things, it's all yours. Now, of course, Mariah Carey. Who doesn't know Mariah Carey? And Without You, it's a beautiful song. There's a moral of the story. Please help yourself to it. You can
Excuse me, Miss Rashida.
Like,
Excuse me, I've only
add things, it's all yours. Now, of course, Mariah Carey. Who doesn't know Mariah Carey?
What happened?
And without you, what's happening? There's a moral to the story. Please help yourself to it.
Yeah.
Can I go on?
Excuse me, Miss Rashida. Excuse me, I have only.
Can I go on?
Yes, yes, please. You have a workshop. This is a workshop. You have 45 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I go on? Yeah?
Yes. Now you have 30 minutes left. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So this is
Yes, please just go on.
sorry?
Yeah, just go on. Go on, please.
Thank you, because I don't know what happened. So anyway, the next song is "Without You" by Maria Carey and by other singers. But please, it's a very nice song. The words that I deleted are very easy. Put you can take it into parts. Do one part today, the other part tomorrow, the following day. I know that my students at the American Language Center, when I do a song with them, they say, "Please, Rashida, we want that song. We want to go on. We want to finish." These are adults, so just imagine the kids. Make them bring songs. Make them like singing. Singing in the class brings joy. Brings even online. You can make them sing. You can do it. It's easy. It's nice, and it's very challenging. My next. So here there are the answers. My next question is Cat Stevens. My next song is Cat Stevens. Lisa Lisa. It's beautiful song. It's a beautiful song. There's also Father and Son, of Cat Stevens. Very easy, very simple. And this song, Sad Lisa, is beautiful. She hangs her head and cries on my shirt. So please do it. It's easy, nice, and everybody likes it. I've been using it in my classes. Do it online. Get the students to go and look for it, listen to it, and you'll see. Cat Stevens is famous. He's fantastic. Now his name is Yusuf Islam, but his songs are there, and they're forever. Please use them. They're beautiful. Okay, so that's those are the words, the lyrics. If you want them, it helps. Okay, and so you can do whatever you like with them. You can delete anything you like. You can scramble them. You can do whatever you like. But if online, you can do it. You can try to see, okay, which part is number one, which part is number two, etc., etc. All right. Now, activity number 7, and here I'm suggesting a few YouTube videos with suggestions for simple games. Here, I'm just giving you the links. You can go and have a look at them. You will love all these games online. Online games. I'm not going to use them now because I know that it's time consuming, but please, please, please take note of these 2 links and go and look for those games. There are things that have been used and they are very successful. I'm sure that you can use them with your students. I don't want to go to them now. You can use them. You can choose whatever you want to do, and also be able to have some sort of give and take with your students. This is the video I would like to share with you.
Sorry, Miss Khadija, Miss Rashida, but there's, I mean, some people, I mean, the viewers say that the sound is low. They can't hear it.
Yeah, I know. They can go back and look for the 10 games that you can do online. So I'm just showing them. I'm just showing them that. I know that the volume is very low, but it's just for me a way of showing them where to find things. They can go back and go to YouTube and find and write the 10 games online. They will find the same gentleman with 10 ideas, 10 games that they can do online. So that was just an example. All right.
Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you.
I know that I had the same problem before, but just go back to YouTube. We'll find that. Okay. Now,
thank you.
The next activity, I have done it many times everywhere. In Algeria, Tunisia, in Libya, in Morocco, everywhere. Wherever I go, I do this activity. But online, it must be fantastic. So what happens here is that you have the alphabet that has disappeared in a series of words. So let's have a look. If you look at this, from 1 to 26, look at number 1. There is a letter missing. What is it? Z or Z. Amazing. You have to use the letter only once. So if number 1 is amazing, number 2 is annoy, number 3 is arrest, number 4 is a test, number 5 is aquamarine, number 6 is about, number 7 is bravo, number 8 is signal, number 9 is elegant, number 10 is essence, 11 giraffe, 12 aha, 12, what's 12? A lot of people don't know it. Hijack. Number 13, hooray. Number 14, him. Number 15, maximum. What's number 16? Ladder. Number 17, neighbor. Number 18, wonderful. Number 19, picnicking. Number 20, crime. Number 21, radio. 22, reception. Number 23, guide. 24, everybody will say slave. No, it's shave with H. Number 25, vaccine. And number 26, vacuum. So a beautiful activity that you can do online with your students, trying to make them guess what's the word. You can do it in different ways. You can cut it into pieces. You can do it in different parts. It's a beautiful activity. Spelling, vocabulary, pronunciation, anything you like. Beautiful activity. Okay, next activity, and then the last one, I think, because if you have any questions, I would like to answer those questions. Look at this. It's called adjective hunt, but it could be verb hunt. It could be noun hunt. It could be preposition hunt. It could be anything. You give your students 2 minutes to circle or to find the 20 adjectives in this box. So look, here's my box. How many can you find in 2 minutes? Can you find them? Large, fast, hard, friendly, impressive, similar, apprehensive, conclusive, controversial, clear, definitive, independent, interesting, strong, lost, soft, soluble, real, recent, reliable, and drunk. Imagine you don't want to do adjectives, you want to do adverbs. You give them a box with adverbs. You don't want to adverb. Don't want to do adverbs. You use irregular verbs or regular verbs. You want to do anything else that you really want to target in your lesson or after your lesson or as a warm up or as I said, online, it's a beautiful, beautiful activity. You can choose the thing that you want to do. You can choose the way that you want to do it. Of course, as I said, these are all activities that I suggest. They're all yours. They can be done online, because I've tried some of them with my students. They can be done online. Just try them. I'm sure that they will be successful, that they will like whatever you do with them. You can change them, you can adapt them, and you can adopt them the way you like. I didn't want to be too long. Okay, so I suggest these 9 activities, but as I said, you can also go to YouTube, you can also go to Google and find plenty of activities that you can share and do online. If you have any questions, do not hesitate. I'm here to answer them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Rashida, for this wonderful, workshop. And it's just, we learned a lot about how we can use, light games and activities, online. And yeah, and we have here some few questions. The first one was from Aziz Ben, and he said, he has another opinion indeed. He said that the parents' engagement in this process of online teaching is the greatest. Why don't the government urge the parents to attend the meeting to be aware of the importance of taking an action part in this process in general? So what do you think?
Does it have anything to do with light activities? I mean, we can make them dance if you like, but it's a government decision. I mean, parents are parents, kids are kids, and government is government. Now, but if we were asked our opinion, I would love to, engage, make parents become engaged in the process of learning of the kids. But a lot of parents have just said, okay, now here you are, here are the kids, here's the connection, here's the computer, just do it. We are paying, just do it. It's not. I think it's a parent's choice, not the government's choice. It's not a kid's choice. It's whether the parents feel they want to be involved or not, and that's really personal. I wish I could force the parents to get engaged and involved in the process.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. And we have here, the second question from Mr. Ariel San Jose, and he said, how do you introduce these old songs to the digital-oriented students?
How do I introduce that?
Yes.
There are many ways. There are many ways. You can either, when you do, we're talking to digital. I see my nieces and my nephews are all having headphones and they're singing. My goodness, they're singing better than me. They know so much. And so the way you can do it, either as I did it, you can do it online like that, sending things to say, okay, look, I don't know the lyrics of this song. Can you help me find the words to this song? And make those kids go and look for the lyrics and the words and get back to you. And maybe also when you have different rooms, you have different kids, you can sing together. There's no harm in singing together. Finding the lyrics, singing together, make even the song, you can give it scrambled and ask them, you are digital natives, give me those words. I don't know. Teach me. I don't know the song. Give me the song. Sing with me, teach me, and make me love that song. How can you do that? That's the only way. I know they're far away. we have behind. We have been left behind, but we can still catch up with them. I think.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, and we have here the last question. First, he said thank you for this informative talk. We all know that games are more motivating, but do you think that using games in teaching is appropriate for all levels, even adults? Do you think that's...
Let me tell you, there is no discussion about games for little ones and kids and teens. They're perfect for teaching. I have been teaching adults all my life, and I assure you that when you get adults to do games in the classroom, they love it. I have had judges in my classes. I have had prosecutors in my classes. I've had doctors in my classes. And you know what? They loved the games. Every sort of game I have been doing in my class, they loved. But of course, when you do games, bear in mind that those people are of a certain age, of a certain level. But don't give them childish things. I mean, when you do word search puzzle, make sure that you give them, the right topic. You give them the right words. If you are doing in finance, I've been teaching people from the Ministry of Finance. When I do a word search puzzle, I do things that are dealing with finance. When I teach doctors, I do things dealing with medicine. Also, I've had judges and prosecutors in my class. I have done all things related to crimes, and wallah al-azim, they loved it. They loved every game we did concerning the topic they are dealing with, especially if it's corporate classes. They like to be within the topic and do things in an enjoyable way, because we're fed up of spoon feeding them and giving them everything in a way that it's really in this format. Let them enjoy being taught English in a nice way. Give them games. Why not? Give them games. If they don't like it, forget it. But there are plenty. I mean, I say that the internet now is a treasure. When you look for things, you find things. When you look, if you don't look, don't tell me that you haven't found anything. If you don't look and you are lazy, you won't find anything. But if you look for things, you will find things. For every single corporate class, for every single age, there are plenty of things. Don't ever come and tell me, Rashida, I can't find this. No, you can. No, you can. But you have to look for things. Do we agree about this?
Yes.
So adults love games. Adults love games. They do, really.
Okay. Yeah, and the last question actually is for me. So do you have any tips on how we can implement, these games in large classes?
Okay, I have got a workshop on large classes, but let me give you some tips. When you have large classes, always remember that you have to divide terrain. Divide your classes into into groups and pairs. Always, because you can control. I know I sound like a policeman, a cop, but I'm not a cop. But you have to control the class. If not, everything goes, So when you have a large class, first make sure that you set up groups in your class. Make sure that it's done calmly without a lot of noise. Make sure that you monitor your groups and you do your games within the groups. Make sure to ask your students in every group to have a group leader who is you delegate roles. You can't be everywhere, but if you have a group leader in every group, then that group leader plays a role. Really, it makes your work less hectic. So what you do when you do things in groups, always think of this: pairs, groups, things like that are very important in large classes. Don't hesitate. Always use groups. If you have 48 kids, don't hesitate. Go do it. And I assure you that games in a class of 48, they work. I have done a workshop in Algeria a few years ago, and I don't know if anybody was present there from my friends from Algeria. I had 300 people in a room with people like Jeremy Harmer in my class, in my room. I had the director of the British Council Algeria. I had Scott Turnbury in my class, in my room, and I was shaking, but I made them all do the games inside that room. 300 people, and I assure you that by putting them in groups, it worked. 300. I'm not talking about 48. 300. Some people from Algeria can assure you that it was a great success. So if you want to control the situation, put them in groups, give clear instructions, monitor, be nice, smile. Don't be the policeman, but be a nice monitor, be a nice teacher with a big smile, and they will love you, and they will love the games, and everything will go well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we have here a question from Mohammed Bizri. He said, what is the difference between the gamification and the game? This is what he wrote.
Gamification and a game?
Yeah.
Games? Well, games is games, and gamification is the process of making things look like a game. And to be, I mean, I think to be more accurate, I would ask my friend to go and look for what is a game and what is gamification on the internet. He will find loads of information of what the meaning of gamification is, and what, I mean, a game is a game. I'm not going to give you the what a game is. I think everybody knows what a game is. Gamification, go and look for it. Go, so that, because you'll see that there are many definitions of gamification. Go and look for it, and you will learn something new. So I don't want to tell you this is what it is, but you'll see that if you look for it, you look it up on the net, on Google, everywhere, you'll find that a lot of people give it different interpretations. So, and you tell me, you come back to me and tell me, Rashida, I found this and that. But go and do it. I would be interested in knowing what people say about gamification. It's a word that is coming now all the time, everywhere. Gamification, but yeah, tell me what it is, and I will tell you whether it's true or false.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Rashida Gilzim, for your wonderful, idea, thoughts, everything. Just amazing. You're really motivating us always, mashallah. Thank you so much. And yeah, and now we are going to move to, I'm going to leave the floor to Asma. Yeah, you're very welcome. To Asma Abul Faraj, and she's going to talk about how to develop a gender-free learning environment in a classroom. So yeah,
thank you. Yes, I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you see this? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, of course. Yes, we can.
All right. All right. So hello, everyone. I would like to thank you for this amazing opportunity. For me to speak about what matters in education. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to let you know that I'm not an expert in the field. However, I'm working my way into being one. Therefore, I'm going to, what I'm going to present is based on studies done in academia and my own analysis, all right? So my presentation's title is how to develop a gender-neutral learning environment, right? And today I will be talking about one of the most vital topics that are not talked about frequently. When teaching a language or any other subject at school, we don't usually pay attention to what is presented in the materials we teach. We are focused on the subject. For example, if we need to teach a reading lesson, we are focused on how to teach our learners the sub-skills, how to teach, the 4 skills, the listening, vocabulary, writing, grammar. And we are so focused on these skills that we don't pay attention to some crucial details, which may eventually change our learners' worldviews. And this has deep effects on individuals, which makes our educational system deteriorate. All right, so before I talk about the main problems that we are facing in today's world, we need to keep in mind that the educational system that we have needs to be relooked at and reshaped. Why? Because education holds the power to form the understanding, the attitudes, and the behaviors of individuals. Of course, as educators, we use a variety of materials, one of which is, for example, a textbook, right? So while using language textbooks, we don't find merely the vocabulary or the grammar. We also find texts, all right? And this includes the written text as well as the visual text. We, like, for example, pictures. We might even use movies sometimes, or audios in certain units, right? We live in an era in which visuality is all that matters. The power of visual communication is increasing, and using visual aids only furthers our understanding of the world. Therefore, along with the theoretical lesson that we might want to teach comes the knowledge about various themes, ranging from environment to family to crimes to culture. So we don't only teach the skills, we also teach knowledge. We give them ideas about the world, all right? However, when we teach these lessons, students also learn about attitudes, all right? They don't only learn grammar or language, they learn attitudes. They learn behaviors, how to behave in certain moments. Therefore, attitudes presented implicitly or explicitly are part of what is transmitted. To be more specific, subconsciously, learners adopt many ideas and beliefs, some of which reinforce what society strives for or conflict with its values. So according to a study made by Chartland and Barg in 1999 about the chameleon effect, also called unintentional mirroring, says that we have a natural tendency to mimic the postures, mannerisms, facial expressions, the body language of the people we encounter in our daily life. In fact, it's a part or a type of imitation that occurs when someone is paying close attention to another person. Therefore, when a student is exposed to a certain behavior in the classroom or in the materials we use, they start mimicking them. This is what science has come to discover. So, of course, now in a gender context, gender, by the way, is one of the most intriguing topics of all time. When we talk about gender in the classroom, we often talk about how we display gender in the materials we use, or our behavior with students, with girls, with boys, with any other gender. All right, so one of the most important things we do as teachers, and we must do, is make sure that every single person in the class feels safe and happy, right? Physically and emotionally. And yet, without even realizing it, we may unintentionally be using some biased language, some language which contains stereotypes. All right. We might be putting our students into categories of discrimination, which may push them away or put pressure on them. For example, if we use just the word guys, hello guys, it excludes girls. So of course, this puts pressure on our students. And of course, when I talk about pressure, I do not talk about them at the moment, but I talk about pressure put on people in their 40s when they grow. Another idea that I want to talk about is gender roles. Gender roles and inequalities are reproduced, formed, defined, strengthened, and promoted by educational institutions. In fact, our learners encounter these roles wherever they go. They are exposed to the media. They are exposed to social media, which is the number one place in which there is bias in gender. They are exposed to their families, to the streets. They are already bombarded by sexist ideologies. Therefore, education is meant to correct some ideas and make the world a better place, not to reinforce what makes us discriminated. And this makes us go to the idea of curriculum. All right, so I think, yeah. So the way curriculum and textbooks can position boys and girls unequally and constructs them as gendered subjects must be explored in education. We need to be researching this. Textbooks, especially at the elementary level are particularly crucial. Why? Because they shape the ideas that children have and the ideas that they are supposed to acquire. Research has found a remarkable gender bias in textbooks worldwide, and especially in Morocco. Females, girls, women are either strongly underrepresented. I mean, women are included in text or illustrations in which they are depicted in highly stereotyped roles. For example, always at home, mothers always cooking, taking care of the children, while men are at work. Another idea is in the relatively few cases which have women in a non-domestic occupation, they would be having like the most traditional roles outside the house. For example, we always find women as nurses, as teachers. These are the two jobs that women can have in textbooks. We never find pilots. We never find engineers, doctors. Girls and women are usually passive in the textbooks. And while, courageous, confident men are taking the best occupations and endeavors. Now, of course, the textbooks depict women in stereotypical way, either cleaning, washing dresses, or cooking. And here, I think I have an example from Gateway, a textbook that is used for baccalaureate students. Now, when I looked for the text in the textbook, I found that there are two units in which women are taking place, okay, in the pictures. The first one is Women in Power. There is a unit in which we have women in power. And of course, this is about women, so there are women there. And the second one is here, formal, informal, and non-formal education. Of course, women are teachers. That's the only thing that we can include them, there. Another idea is, here, in Unit 7 and Unit 8, we have citizenship and brain drain. Of course, as you can see here, the citizens are all men, all right? So if we see here, look here, boys and again, young boys and adults, male adults. And if we think about it, what does it say about our system of roles? It says that women's place is not outside. Women's place is at home. Men's place is the public sphere. Another idea here is that in here we have scientists, male scientists, but we never find female scientists. The other day, and just to give you a little idea, of course, we have libraries in our schools, right? So I remember that when I was in elementary school, there was TECHNOVATION as one of the books that were very present in my libraries. But again, it's very stereotypical. As we can see here, I was just passing by a supermarket one day in the shelf section because I love to see where, what are the new books for children. And then I came through this book, TECHNOVATION et le derrière des choses, which translates in English, TECHNOVATION and behind the things. First thing that we see in the picture is how these kids are looking at the woman, and the woman is from behind. So TECHNOVATION et le derrière des choses, TECHNOVATION and the behind the things. So women are things, are not actually people. And this is very, very stereotypical. Another example is here in an Arabic textbook. Look at the woman. She is a mom taking care of the children, in the kitchen. Again, I have nothing against half-naked women or against women in their houses and taking care of the children. I have nothing against that. What I have against this is we can't let children reinforce these things in their minds. We can't let children know that these are the norms, because these are not the norms. All right, so these norms are constructed, and we live in a male-oriented world that in which we don't have so much to say. Therefore, we have to prove everyone wrong. And we can't do that if we have so many gender biases in textbooks. So a gender learning environment is, is an environment in which teachers and learners avoid gender stereotyping and aim to ensure that all learners are appreciated, respected, and treated equally. In fact, we want our students to feel free in our classrooms, to have this, these ideas that gender does not matter, that you are who you are, regardless of your gender. All right, so here there are some, like a little checklist before entering your classroom. You need to ask yourself, as an educator, as someone who needs to make change, do any texts I use limit people's potential based on their gender or display stereotypes? So go for your lessons. You can't be going till the day and giving or delivering a lesson. We need to prepare our lessons beforehand, and we need to select some texts and some videos and some pictures which are not stereotypical and not sexist in any way. Another question is, do I encourage empowering and non-sexist behaviors among my students? If I have a classroom library, is there a balance in authors from all genders? Are there plenty of books with strong female protagonists? Do the nonfiction books feature notable women and girls? This is what we need to be looking at. And finally, to give you the tips how to develop a gender-neutral learning environment, we should first make sure that if we find any more authors and scientists and mathematicians, yes, I have 5 minutes, right?
Yes, of course.
I'm going to give these tips really briefly. All right, so if we find more male authors and mathematicians and scientists, let's make our own research and have a mix. All right, so if we go to the library and find only male authors, let's go and bring our books. We have to make a change here. As educators, we need to be the ones who improve the educational system. So buy books and then put them in the library. There is nothing wrong with that. Another idea is that don't use neutral language. Don't use sexist language. Use neutral language. Again, as the, excuse me. All right, so avoid gender-specific language. Get their attention not by boys and girls, not to make this distinction, or rather just instead of calling them guys, let's call them some words like everyone, everybody. All right, and instead of, for example, if we have children in our class, don't tell them boys don't cry or girls don't fight. We can't be telling them this. Everybody cries and everybody fights. This language lays a foundation which may limit their potential and their understanding of gender roles. Next, call out sexist notions. And of course, don't say, this is sexist and that's it. Challenge these ideas, challenge stereotypes, learn how to make your children or your students develop a filter. As our professor, Muslim Jahdi, always says, we need to develop this filter to try to see things from another perspective, from the perspective of someone who has a gender and media literacy. And as educators, we need to teach our students how to do the same. We also need to teach them how to be critical in their thinking from an early age. Again, explain the context and use the context into your advantage. If you find any sexist or any someone who's talking about gender in a sexist manner, try to challenge that and ask them, how would you feel if someone told you this or that? And finally, of course, videotape your lessons. I mean, try to see how you deliver these lessons, what went wrong, and try and learn how to apologize. If, of course, we have this idea that I am the teacher and he is the student, I'm always wrong, right? He's always wrong. No, this is not the case. Actually, we might be wrong, and we are here just to learn like everybody else. And I think now I came to the end of my presentation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute
Thank you
left.
so much.
Excuse me, 1 minute. Let me just conclude. So in order to develop our learning environment, we need to make efforts. We need to break down traditional gender roles in the classroom. We have to prepare our students for life, for how to be creative, how to be innovative, how to be confident. These are life situations, and we need to make them, I mean, learn how to be a leader, not just, I mean, focus on these useless things. Again, we can't be discriminating them because of who they are. We need to prepare students to seek knowledge, the knowledge that they deserve, and participate more fully in discussions and other learning opportunities in many fields, regardless of their gender. Now I came to the end of my presentation. Thank you all for your attendance. Of course, any question is welcome. And by the way, if you need the references of my presentation, the references that I use, the resources, please contact me via email or Facebook. I will send them to you. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Asma Abulfaraj. Really, I really enjoyed your presentation. I mean, you have tackled, I mean, a very recent topic, and it's really controversial. I mean, about misogyny, sexism, and I mean, all the things against women. And since that education's aim is to fight these ideology, but unfortunately, this is something implicit that we find in our course books. And actually, there are a lot of people, I mean, who, even some of them said this, you made their day because of your presentation. And I have a lot of questions. So I'm going to start with the first question by Mr. Ariel San Jose. And he said, in the Philippines, gender and development, GAD, is already put into law and required in our curriculum. However, this law created much trouble because the third gender, homosexuals and lesbians, demanded for public toilets for them, additional options in all paper forms, and many others. Do you think it is necessary, or just go with the structure?
I think we need to have a, when I'm talking about a neutral learning environment, I'm talking about I'm not talking about a free learning environment. That is a free learning environment, which includes all people, I mean, from all genders, etc. And when we talk about the third sex, which is the intersex or transsexuals, I do agree that we need to be, because gender is a fluid, is a spectrum. We can't be finding just males and females and that's it. It's a very, I mean, very huge topic that we all need to be talking about. But my idea here is that sexuality and gender are two different things. All right, so homosexuals and I mean gender as a I mean life or I don't know how to put it, but anyway, can you please tell me the question again? I do agree that these things should matter, and these things should be in any learning environments, especially in schools, because we can't be excluding some people and including others just because our culture says so. That's my answer. I hope I answered your question, though. I don't remember it that well.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, we have here the second question from the comments. It's from Kamal Sheikh LT, and he said, thank you, Asma, for the choice of the topic. It is really pertinent, and textbook designers should be aware of these issues. So this is, he thanked you, but we have here another question here about the gateway. He said, in our textbook, Moroccan textbooks, we have this problem. He said, textbooks like Gateway reflect the mindset. This is a question from Mohammed Haddawi.
Yes.
And the culture, the official guidelines enacted by the textbook designers who are males. So it all depends on the teacher. Why do you, Mrs. Abul Faraj, suggest to enact gender neutrality without conflicting with the immediate environment, which is mainly conservative? I mean, our community is
conservative. Yes, absolutely. I love this question. Very good question, because I know that when I talked about gender, of course, in the textbooks, what do we have? We have a reflection of our reality. So we might find women who are cooking, and of course, that is happening. I mean, we are in a conservative society, and so we have these things in our society. It's happening. However, in our textbooks, we can't be reinforcing these things. What I'm saying is that we can't tell our children, and we can't tell the world that these are the norms. Because when we have these things in the textbooks, it's like, this is how things should be. Boys and males and the men are should have the public sphere, and women should be in the private sphere. Males should have the best qualifications and the best jobs in the world, and women only teachers or nurses or these things. I don't think that these things are bad. I'm just telling you that these are not the norms. We should not be telling our children that this is how things should be. That's my answer to the question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you. We have the last question for now. How you could, this is from Mohammed Bizri. He said, how you could create a balance between students when you present a topic about the gender and convince them if they ask questions.
Yes, of course, we can't be telling them these things. Let me just rephrase. If we want to tell our children and our teenagers and even adults in our classroom, our learners in general, if you want to tell them about gender, and they have other views because they are exposed to media, they are exposed to society, they are exposed to families which are conservative and which think that these are things and this is how it should be. If we want to convince them, we need to develop their critical thinking. We need to ask them questions and ask them about the logic of things. Are these things logical? If not, how can we make a change? See, and I think there will be a workshop or a presentation about critical thinking today, and we'll dig deeper into that.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Asma Abou Faraj, for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Just one point, if you don't mind, Ms. Hafsa.
Yes.
Sure.
One point, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yes, of course, Mr.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Asma. Wonderful presentation. We really like it a lot, and it's really a big issue. Okay, not only in Morocco, but I guess everywhere.
Worldwide, yeah.
Yeah, I still remember when Hillary Clinton was trying to win the presidency. Okay, and on Facebook, a lot of audience. I mean, one of the Facebook users shared an expression, and that expression was widespread, and all Americans shared the expression. You know, the expression was about what? Hillary
Is
Clinton.
it the one that, yeah,
Hillary
the one
Clinton, stop following presidency and make me a sandwich. This is America.
Exactly.
Which
Yes.
means that this problem is not only in developing countries, but all over the world, okay? Yeah, it's a great topic that it's high time today. We have to change our minds, okay? We don't have to look at women that the main place is just at home or for decoration or something like that, okay? But we are equal, okay? We have the same brain, the same everything. But the most important here that you raised is about the textbooks, because here it's something very important that learners learn from these textbooks. So from childhood, they are still children, and they learn the difference, the double standards between men and women. The main job of the women is inside, the main job of the man is outside. No way, okay. So we are equal, both we work inside and outside. If you are a teacher and your wife is a teacher, your place is also in the kitchen, okay? Not your job or your place is just watching TV or reading newspapers, because you are both working inside, outside. And this is what our textbooks, okay, lack, okay? Because our textbooks all the time try to create a difference between the two sexes. Thank you. And hopefully, Asma, today we have got two moderators, and the two moderators are female. Hopefully, thank God.
Yeah. You're right.
Thank you. Just one last point is that in your, for example, if you want to give an exercise to your students, just include female soldiers, include male nurses. These jobs are usually seen as a nurse is a woman and a soldier is always a man. Mm-hmm. But in real life, it's not the case. We are, I wouldn't say equal, because there are a lot of differences physiologically and even mentally and emotionally. But I think what we need to be talking here about is equity rather than equality. So yeah, that concludes my talk. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for this opportunity.
Good evening. Can I share, because the issue is very troublesome here in the Philippines. Although 60% of our working population are women, and we are proud of it, and only 40% are men, and most of them are, you know, our president right now in our school is a woman, okay? And we really respect women, but the problem is because of the too much law passed in our what they call this, in our Senate, put into law. The problem is we men are now in the, what to call that, losing side. I mean, we are in the different world. Your world probably is dominated by men, but in our case, our world is dominated by women. So I do not know how we define things in the Philippines. We're too democratic, you know. Anything you can say against the government, that's how democratic we are, you know. But in that is why we have so much law about women, the rights of women. But we men are already forgotten. That's only my what you call it, my opinion on that matter.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Sexism could be against women, and it could also be against men. But I think it's a good thing to have 60% of women working. No, I'm just kidding. I think that when I talk about gender neutral or gender free environment, we need to, I'm talking about all genders. I'm not only talking about women or men, all right? I'm talking about all genders, and we need to have the equity, and we need to give them their rights, all of them. It's not because you're a man that you're getting this job. It's not because you're a woman that you're getting this job. It's because you're a human being, someone who has competence, has skills in this. this is what I strive for.
Yeah, thank you so much, Asma. And yeah, this presentation is very controversial, and I mean, the debate will never end, you know, because it's a worldwide issue. And now we are going to move to critical thinking. I mean, something you mentioned earlier. And this time we have with us Miss Sundus Azzi. Welcome, Miss Sundus. And the topic is critical thinking. Is it all about thinking? Yeah, I will leave the floor to you.
Do you see the screen with me?
Yes, we can see this.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So yes, my presentation in this
just
conference.
Make it full screen, please.
Okay, that's it. I did it. So my presentation for this conference is about critical thinking, and at the end of this presentation, we will be able to answer this question: is critical thinking all about thinking, which means analyzing, evaluating, synthesizing, or about something else? So the objectives behind this conference: first, make the participants aware of some different definitions and studies on critical thinking, identify the approaches related to it, and evaluate, compare critical thinking to Bloom's taxonomy, low order of thinking and high level of thinking, and identify the activities that develop, enhance critical thinking. So critical thinking is not a new concept. It dates back to 2000 years ago. So with first Socrates, who was interested in carefully questioning people's claims, seeking evidence and reasons, and analyzing concepts to figure out what to believe. So it is not something new. So thinking is not something new, but as we are in the 21st century and we are in a huge amount of information given from all sides, we have 4 skills which are the most high-level skills in the 21st century. So the scholars agreed that critical thinking, together with communication, creativity, and collaboration, make together the 21st century skills. So we need this skill, we need it, and we have to know what it is and what activities develop it. So to introduce my idea about critical thinking and what I studied about it, let's consider the following activity. So this activity is taken from the Algerian textbook, first year primary school, first generation. So I drew this activity and translated the instruction. So this is what the activity says: color the fish inside the pond. Yeah. So the objective from this activity is to identify the concept of inside and outside. So the answer seems evident. However, the teacher found this answer from one pupil. Can you see the answer? Can you see? Okay, don't know if, yes, in the conversation. Yes, anyone can tell me if you hear me?
Yes, Sundus, we can see, yes.
Okay, so thank you. So you can see that the pupil has drawn ponds for the other fish and colored them. When the teacher asked him or her why she or he did so, he answered or she answered that the other fish had the right to live. And that's why I put water for them and colored them as well. So what do you think of this answer? What do you think of this answer? I cannot see your, yeah, but so what has this pupil used to give a different solution? So according to studies and according to what Fascioni said in his Delphi report, so this pupil has 6 dispositional elements, which are inquisitiveness, truth-seeking, self-confidence in giving the answer, open-mindedness, systematicity, so it was systematic for him that the fish should live, analyticity, and cognitive maturation. So, and also he had 6 essential skills, which are interpretation. He interpreted the situation, analyzed it, evaluated, inferred, it means what he has as a background knowledge, the prerequisites he has about fish and how they can live. He explained to the teacher why he did so, and he self-regulated the situation. So Fascioni in the Delphi report in 2013, he said there's 6 essential skills and these elements as the most important concepts of critical thinking. So now, what is critical thinking? Along the literature, what I have read about the many definitions, there's no agreement. There's no agreement on what critical thinking is. So, but as a consensus, so we can say that it is, so as a consensus, so we can say that critical thinking is an advanced level of thinking, which requires reasoning, logic, problem solving, evaluating, judging, criticizing, questioning, creating, and reflecting. As Asma said, so we need logic, reasoning, to see that equity is something totally logical. We need judging, criticizing, questioning, but is it all about thinking? Is critical thinking only about reflecting, analyzing, judging, giving arguments, find a position to something, find your position among different opinions? Is it only about it? So Fascioni in the Delphi report said, assumed that what matters most is how people apply critical thinking. So it's not only about reflection, about thinking, it's also about action. So to go deeper in it, Jennifer Moon has classified critical thinking into approaches according to the different definitions of scholars. She classified critical thinking into the approach of logic, skills, way of being, and pedagogy. So let's see each alone. Logic. Paul and Elder say that thinking is logical when the combination of thoughts is mutually supporting and makes sense in combination. So when the combination between thoughts is supporting, so it seems logical. When it is not doing so, the thinking is not logical and doesn't make sense. So for Cottrell, she says that a critical thinker should think logically when he can identify arguments and non-arguments, when he or she recognizes the quality of the author, who said this, who made this. So in this huge amount of information and misinformation we have today in the mass media, so we have to identify arguments and non-arguments, recognize the quality of the author. Who said this? What is his status? Recognize assumptions and implicit arguments. So are these assumptions or implicit arguments? Identify the flaws in the arguments, find and evaluate sources of evidence, and select, critically interpret, and note source of material. So this is about logic. Now the second part or second concept or approach to critical thinking is skills. What do we mean by skills? Let's see what Mike Peck said about it. For him, critical thinking is the propensity, means the leaning of someone, his preparation and skill to engage in an activity with reflective skepticism. So it is not only about thinking, but also in taking part in an action. Yeah. The second one, we have seen him before, Spascioni. He said what matters more is how people apply critical thinking. And Fisher in 2001 said that critical thinking is concerned with the quality of reasoning or argument which is presented in support of a belief or course of action. So it's not only about supporting an argument, but also supporting a course of action. It means analyzing a course of action and evaluating it, not only about arguments or texts, information given, but also action. Now, a way of being, critical thinking and a way of being. So for Brown and Rutter, a critical thinker should have an adequate habits of mind, should have commitments, attitudes, and habits, commitments to attitudes and habits, should be respectful to reason and truth, whatever is this reason and truth. We have, as Asma here said, we have different gender. It is a truth in our society. We cannot just hide and say, no, there are only female and male. So it's we should be respectful to this situation. And a critical thinker, most importantly, should be open rather than defensive, open to all situations. Even if he or she is wrong, he has to say it, not to be defensive, finding arguments only to stand on his or her position. No, if he finds or she finds that he is wrong, he has to say it open rather than defensive. This is what Brown and Rutter said for critical thinking and way of being. Paul and Elder identified intellectual traits which are humility, autonomy, integrity, courage, perseverance, confidence in reason, empathy, and fair-mindedness. So these are also attitudes, behaviors of the critical thinker. Now the fourth one, which is pedagogy, and which is the most important one, because critical thinking is something taught, something learned. Dewey said that no one can tell another person how he should think any more than how he ought to breathe. But the various ways in which men do think can be told means that they can be taught. Some of these ways are better than others. So we have to choose which ones are better. The person who understands what the better ways of thinking are can, if he will, change his personal ways until they become more effective. Means we need practice. If critical thinking is not something innate, it is something taught and something that needs practice in order to evolve, to enhance it. So another scholar, Casbo, said that critical thinking is developed with certain pedagogical methods. So what are the methods here? Reduction in the course material volume. So we, as teachers, we sometimes complain about the material volume of the syllabus and the syllabus, sorry. And here, enhancement of teachers' preparation to increase interaction with learners. And this one, I liked it because it goes with our friend, who did projects based, teaching, application of effective project-based and inductive approaches. So critical thinking is better developed when we use these pedagogical methods. And Mayer said it is better developed in a promoting environment that steers students' engagement and motivation, like the environment where Rashida Galzim put us. So now when I was thinking about how to apply critical thinking, what activities to use in action with pupils in order to develop critical thinking while studying, I found that that Bloom's taxonomy, revised by Anderson and Crotwell in 2001, was very close to the approaches that Jennifer Moon has classified. I found that in the 3 domains of Bloom's taxonomy, with their low order of thinking and high order of thinking, go very close to critical thinking approaches. So how? I'm going to show you. So the first domain, which is the cognitive domain. So for the cognitive domain, I found that it is very close to logic. So with the application of the 6 levels of this domain, which are remember, understand, apply, which are the low order of thinking, analyze, evaluate, and create, which are the high level of thinking, we can set a pupil to think logically through the activities we have here. We have activities here for each level. For example, if I take analyze, we have draw connections among ideas with the verbs in the activities: differentiate, organize, relate, compare, contrast, distinguish. If we get to evaluate, we have the verb to weigh, to support, to weigh between 2 situations, to weigh between the situation where the program is gender based and the other which is neutral. So to evaluate things. So this is about logic. And we have pedagogy because it is something taught, learned. The second level in Bloom's taxonomy is socio-affective. And I found that it looks like the way of being in the approach of critical thinking. Okay, so we have also here levels, 5 levels, going from lower order to higher order, from receiving phenomena to responding to it, valuing it, organizing the different parts of it, and being fluent in it, internalizing it. So here we have also activities related to it. Each activity we have verbs, verbs that we ask pupils to do in order to be more critical thinker as a way of being. The third domain is psychomotor. The psychomotor means the use of physical behaviors in order to do an action, which means the skills. Here also we have 5 levels, from imitation, manipulation of something, precision, articulation, and naturalization, from lower order to higher order. And here also we have different activities in order to be more able to have more abilities in these skills until being automated and doing them unconsciously and adopting strategies in them, new strategies in them. I think that critical thinking in my presentation here really goes with the work of project-based learning, and also with what Rashida Galzin made to motivate pupils, and it goes also with Asma presentation about thinking and weighing things together. So to sum up all this, I have chosen this quotation by Sumner, who said that the critical faculty is a product of education and training. It means it is pedagogy, it is education. It is a mental habit and power. So it is a mental habit and power. It is about reasoning logically, rationally, to be powerful. It is a prime condition of human welfare that men and women should be trained in it. So it is here about skills and way of being. It is our only guarantee against delusion, deception, superstition, and misapprehension of ourselves and our earthly circumstances. It means that with critical thinking, we can take action and change things, change our present situation, and yes, and be more open to the world, be more open to solutions, like the first presenter speaker here, more open to distance schooling, more open to internet and the use of internet to teach pupils. So against this delusion, deception, superstition, misapprehension of ourselves and earthly circumstances. So this is my presentation. Thank you all for listening. Any question, I'm here.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Sundus Aziz, for this very informative presentation. Really appreciated all what you said, and I mean, and as the viewers, we have a lot of good reaction, and we have here a question from Mohammed Haddawi, and he said, "Thank you, Ms. Sundus, for your presentation. My question is how to bridge the gap between high-order thinking in textbooks and real-life situations, given the fact that most, if not all, of our textbooks team with low-order thinking activities inherited from centuries of rote learning, Quranic schools," he means.
So it is your role as a teacher to change the activities, to make them more skill-based activities, means more interactive, more engaging. So the textbook is not Al-Quran or something that you cannot change. You can change in it any way you like to make it more critical thinking based. So book or activities. So it is up to you as a teacher to go from low order of thinking to higher law of thinking, from remembering to creating by changing the activities, and you have the way to do it. Just Google and you find all the activities that Anderson and Crothwell have discussed in a seminar and and collaborated to make them for us. Yes, just use them to make your activities more critical thinking based.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ms. Sundus. Thank you a lot. We appreciate that. And now we're going to move to our next speaker, Mr. Abdelmoumen Al-Ghmidi, and he's going to tackle modern international approaches for teaching writing. I will leave the floor to you. Yes, Mr. We can't hear you indeed.
Mr. Al-Ghmidi, can you activate your mic?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, yes.
Yes, thank you. So, good evening and good morning for our friend from Philippines. So today's presentation is going to be about modern instructional approaches for teaching writing. I'm going to start by the agenda, which is more classes are being taught online, including writing. As a result, teachers are looking for practical ways to teach writing in today's ever-growing e-learning environment. Some teachers have been teaching asynchronous courses that students complete according to a set schedule using a learning management system such as Canvas or Moodle for a little while, but some of us are suddenly teaching synchronous classes that meet online at a set class time using platforms such as the one we're using now, Zoom or any other platform. Okay, in these online classes, how can we best teach writing? That's the fundamental question. In this presentation, we will confront some challenges in teaching writing online and look at some practical ways for teachers to help students improve their writing skills. So the first thing, what do I know about teaching online? So this is a little agenda, okay? Some information about me. So my high school has got poor ICT materials, and here I put the word poor between parentheses, okay, in order not to say zero or null, because the administrative staff, they have, I mean, some ICT materials, okay, but we as teachers, we have no facilities. I haven't taught many asynchronous and mixed mode classes, and I have had no training from the Ministry of National Education regarding ICT use, okay? I have no technology support from the ministry, no technical support, okay? And it is important to mention that I have been a student in online courses, both synchronously and asynchronously, because I've been following, I mean, circles, the professional development circles in order to develop my online teaching. So I've been following webinars, online courses. Now we have a teaching comparison, a little comparison between the face-to-face and the online class. Students expect to see me during the class time, and they can contact me if they have questions. That is in the face-to-face and classroom. But in the online classroom, students expect the instructor to have 24/7 presence, okay, to be present, okay, all the time, because it's only online, because they say it's online. The teacher can be online anytime they will need. I put all students in groups to do a task, but they do not speak to me and do not expect me to acknowledge them individually. That is in the face-to-face classroom, okay? But in the online classroom, every student who submits something expects the teacher or teachers acknowledge the teacher feedback and acknowledgements. There are some questions as we teach online. So the first question is, how will I communicate with my students? Okay, the material, the tools, okay, that I'm going to need. Can I still teach a class? Can I explain things to the students? That's why I put the word teach between parentheses, the verb. Okay, can the teacher still explain, illustrate things during the teaching phase? Are the students there, attendance? And this is a way to gauge students' absenteeism and indifference, okay, regarding the class. Can we do pair work, group work? Can we do peer editing as long as we are teaching writing? We need the pair editing phase. How do I check if students have done the work? Okay, how can I keep in touch with students? When students submit writing, how will I mark it and return it? Okay, which means the feedback. Can my students navigate these online courses? Okay, do they have the ability, the skills to navigate these online courses? And here we have plan carefully. This is a tip. We should plan carefully our tasks. So we have objective tasks, okay, and we have subjective tasks. So we have the multiple choice, matching, fill in the blank with one specific answer, circle, underline the best answer choice, scramble sentences, and numbering, which means sequencing some sentences to formulate a paragraph. These are the objective tasks. Okay, they require objective answers, and usually they're easy to grade and to give feedback on. Concerning the subjective answers, we have some tasks like brainstorm 3 ideas, for example, describe a photo in writing, write a topic sentence for an existing paragraph. So we have a paragraph, we ask students to write the topic sentence, make an outline before writing. Outlining, it's very important. Write an original paragraph or write an original essay, and then explain in your own words something, okay? These are the subjective tasks. Now we have some tips. Tip number 1, we have technology. Do they have the technology, appropriate technology, okay? Their internet connection. What device are they going to work on? Okay, we should pay attention to this. We should know, okay, the capabilities of our students, because normally phones are a problem for a writing class because we're addressing writing here. Tip number 2, students. Yes, we have been told that they are digital natives, but okay, do they have the ability to navigate into management systems? For example, can they navigate the course management system? Like, for example, Canvas, okay? Can they navigate the live system? For example, Zoom, okay? Or Microsoft Teams. Have you or your school prepared a Meet Your New Classroom session for students that they must attend? For example, at least we should like expose students, okay, to a session, to a Meet Your New Classroom session in order for them to, okay, get in touch, know what they are going to face in the future. Tip number 3, lesson structure. As in a face-to-face lesson, the teacher will perhaps show a model. Okay, we should always show them a model that they are going to follow. Analyze the structure, layout, and some language. Do some language input and then give feedback to learners after they have written the text. Okay, the teacher might want to do some work on the sub-skills during the lesson, such as punctuation, link ideas, helping learners to use a wider variety of vocabulary or word order. So which means that here is the role of the teacher, okay, working on the sub-skills of the learners, helping them, giving them the tools, the Army and the Navy they are going to use in writing. And tip, it should be number 4 because I've deleted one because it's blended here. Tip number 4, students writing. Find a good way to collect student work. Okay, choose a good way to mark the papers. And here, by good way, I mean things that work for you and for your students. Okay, it's practical for both of you. Okay, for example, the way that you are going to use to mark the students' papers and to give feedback. For example, like coding. Okay, like using some codes. For example, MW for missing word, WC for word choice, G for grammar, SP for spelling, RW for reword, yes, and other codes that you might train your learners, okay, before giving them, okay, because you should pay attention to the classroom language before introducing them to these codes for the first time. Now, showtime, okay, I'm going to show you quickly a writing demo lesson, writing a biography, which is a biography. So we have here the mastery objective in this lesson. Students, or by the end of this lesson, okay, the students will be able, okay, to write a biography using the appropriate tense and structure. Okay, it's a mastery objective that gathers everything. And the first thing I start with, which is in the pre-writing phase, I ask them, what is a biography? What is a biography? Okay. So the first thing I'm going to say is to ask them what is a biography, and here is the selection. It's a description of someone's life or a description of your own life. And here I'm showing the learners the difference between a biography and an autobiography, okay? And then I'm going to give them a sample, okay? A model or a sample that they are going to follow. Okay, it's a biography sample by Van Gogh, and it has all of the information about this, okay, this artist. And this is the form of the biography. We study the form of the biography together, and they have some ideas about what a biography is. Then I'm going to ask students to complete or to fill in this table from the information from the biography above I have given. So we have the name, the date of birth, the job, the city, the country, the famous work or famous art of this artist, Van Gogh, and the date of death. If it exists, if there is a date of death, okay, of course. And we are going to flip it to do it the other way around, okay? Using the information in this chart, okay, I'm going to ask them, okay, I'm going to give them the task to write a biography about Pablo Picasso, okay? So this is the name. I will have the name, Pablo Picasso, the date of birth, the job, city, country, famous work, the year he moved to France, and the date and the place of death, okay? And then I might ask them, okay, I will ask them to have a look again at the biography about the Van Gogh and try to write a biography about Pablo Picasso, another artist, okay? Then in the final phase, I thank the learners for the attention and I urge them, I ask them to do their homework, okay? Sometimes you have to beg your learners to do their homework. You have to follow them, okay? And there is a website, lastly, there is a website which is called Write and Improve. And here I urge every teacher to, to ask his students or to go by himself to check his writing level or writing abilities. It's called Write and Improve. It is by the Cambridge Assessment, the Cambridge University Press. It has a lot of features, okay? It helps you improve your writing and the writing of your learners. The first phase, you practice writing English. There are tasks, you go there, you find tasks, okay? You start writing according to the task and you get immediate feedback in seconds, okay? Grade and feedback and level, okay? And then looking at the feedback, you are going to try to adjust your writing accordingly. And when you have the amendments in your writing, you republish your writing again to keep improving, okay? And then you are going to have a new feedback based on your new level and using the same, okay, writing task that you have started. And there are a lot of tasks. And I advise you to go to this website. It's very, beneficial. I have benefited a lot from the website. A lot of teachers are using the website in the Cambridge assessment circle, okay, that I'm part of. And here in this website, it's free, and there is a paid version with wonders, but the free version has a lot of benefits too. It has wonders too, okay? And here I've reached the end of my presentation. Of course, any questions, any reflections in the discussion session, it will be are welcomed, okay? I need feedback, I need questions from you, and that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Abdelmoum Al-Ghnidi for this very informative presentation. Really, we have learned a lot from you. And at the same time, I actually received so many questions. And I'm going to start with the first question here.
You can just stop sharing. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. So we have the first question here, and it's from Shema Al-Annaq. It's hard to teach writing online. Could you give us some tips to enhance students' levels in writing, especially students who are struggling with writing? Thanks in advance.
So the question is, how can we help students learn writing online? How can we develop students writing online? So as I told you, the teacher should always know the abilities of the learners. I know that my learners cannot follow a class synchronously on Zoom or any other platform. So I've prepared this presentation for them. I've turned it into a video. I send them the video with my voice, with my explanation. I urge them to write, okay? And my first batch students are not, experts. They're still beginners, and some of them are absolute beginners. Of course, a great portion of them did not write, but those who wrote, I was really satisfied because they are not part of the high achievers, but they wrote because you should always provide the model for the students, okay? When they have the model, they have the sample of writing, they follow the same sample. What they did simply is that they fill gaps, okay? And they think that they wrote something. And at the same time, their writings are like subjective, they belong to them, okay? So each piece of writing is different from the other. That's how you can encourage your learners to write. Concerning the helping students to develop their writing, you should always provide feedback. Do not take the pieces of writing and throw them away. I've shown you, this coding, the coding to give feedback. The codes, you should write SP for spelling and codes, and you should help them to improve their writing. And when you correct their writing, give them the writing and ask them to readjust the writing according to the feedback you've given. Clear?
Yeah, thank you so much. And now we will move to the second question. And here we have it from Mr. Mohammed Nil Hussein. He said, I would like to hear from you whether you prefer synchronous or asynchronous teaching, and which one of them you believe is effective, taking into account that this asynchronous teaching is the most common one nowadays? Thank you.
Yes. So, I mean, here in Morocco, we do not choose based on the what's best. We choose based on what we have, because we know the digital divide that we're having now. I mean, some learners, I mean, it's next to impossible for them to have video and asynchronous class on Zoom or Microsoft Teams. So the best thing I can do is to prepare a presentation, turn it into a video with my voice explanation, and ask them to do tasks that we are going to correct later. So the asynchronous way of teaching has proven to be, I mean, effective too. But the synchronous way of teaching is tiring from the teacher, from the learner. It's demanding. Okay, it demands energy, and it demands, I mean, a good network, secure network. Okay, and you know, we are choosing based on the abilities that we have, based on what is relevant, what do we have in our context. We do not choose based on what is, I mean, what is best, what is okay.
Yes, yeah, thank you. And here we have a question from Miss Lubna Isawi. She said, how can we improve students' mechanics, mainly spelling, because students' writing is automatically corrected if they are using Word before sending it? This is a question.
Yes, it's a pertinent question. Using the autocorrection to help them, I mean, have like a better writing skills. I mean, sometimes you can shake them. You should not always ask them to write, I mean, electronically. Sometimes some learners, I mean, sometimes I ask them to give me the tasks on a group in WhatsApp or Facebook. Okay, so I ask them to handwrite them. Okay, to write them and to take a snap, a picture from the copybooks or the paper that they've wrote the writing on. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a good way to avoid, I mean, having them rely heavily on autocorrection in Word or in their mobile phones.
And we have also another question from Mr. Ariel San Jose, and he said, how do you measure the integrity and accountability of the output of the learners?
Yes, so we have, I mean, I guess Mr. San Jose is talking about the like the plagiarism problem. Yes, so we measure the integrity and the accountability of the output. Okay, we know our learners. Okay, I've been teaching my learners the whole year. I mean, I know their level. I've diagnosed them continuously. I mean, and assessments for learning. I mean, the continuous assessment that I've been. I mean, that they have been taking. I mean, I know my learners. I know their levels, and their integrity and accountability, I mean, is something that I have here as a teacher, because I know the profile of my learners.
Yeah, and the last question here is from Mr. Mohammed Bizri, I guess, and he said, did you use the inductive approach during this presentation?
Yes, so we're talking about teaching writing, so mainly the inductive approach. I mean, that is, I mean, the direct approach. I mean, to give the feedback to learners. The inductive approach is I mean, effective at certain stages. So for example, when I'm teaching them the mechanics, when I'm giving them the structure of the biography, okay, I'm raising points. I'm telling them that we in the biography we should have this, and this. Okay, so I'm teaching them the structure. So first thing, I start with the inductive way. I mean, I try to expose them to the text. I try to have them discover, okay, and hypothesize what do we mean by a biography? What is the structure of the biography? And if I use the deductive way only to ensure that the learners are in the right track. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdul Mumin, for this really wonderful presentation. And now we are going to move to our last speaker. Let's just welcome with us Jemai Duha, and she's going to to the workshop about technology for learning. I hope that she hears us. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Yes. So I will leave the floor to you, Mrs.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so sorry, I don't know. I have some technical problem. I just fixed it. I don't know. It's always going well or no. So hi everyone. I'm so happy to join you today. Okay, so I wanna talk today about the technology of learning and especially how to incorporate technology in every single subject. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to introduce myself. I'm a computer science teacher, okay, from Tunisia. I'm a speaker host in many international conference. I'm me expert, me master trainer. I had an international school award for the successful integration of the international learning in the curricula. I'm a winner of prize, of Equinning prize up to 2020. So I can't finish, okay? I have many national and international prizes, okay? I'm so happy to join you today. So I wanna start my short workshop to encourage all educators all over the world, okay, to ties the 21st century skills and technique, okay? So let's start. First of all, I'm sorry if you don't see me well, okay? I don't know if it's all clear or no. So I wanna share my screen to start the brainstorming, okay? I wanna start sharing my screen, okay? Okay, so it's clear, please?
Oh yeah, that's it.
Okay, so just start with the theoretical understanding of the topic, please. Just you can go to take your devices and go to menti.com and write this code, okay? And answer the question to give us 3 things to expect from the technology of learning, okay? So please go to menti.com. You just open any navigator without download any apps, go to any navigator, write menti.com and write this code 158894, okay? Are you with me? Hello? So
Yes.
please.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, of course, yeah, of course, yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, please, of course. Okay, waiting your answer, okay? Come on, please. Hello. So please go to any navigator.
Hello,
Did you
can
know
you
how
hear me?
to use menti.com? Of course, yeah.
I think that there should be a distinction between the technology of learning as well as the technology of teaching, because there is a difference. When we talk about the technology of learning, here we're talking about
No, I'm talking about, it's simple, okay? Technology of learning, that means, okay? That means using technology in learning and teaching, okay? Get it?
Okay, can take it in that general sense. We can talk about the handheld devices like mobile phones and
of course we can.
These are the common gadgets that are used by students.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we can talk about all the technology and we can talk, of course, about any idea, okay, that can educator, especially, I'm not talking today, I want to encourage other educators because I'm a computer science teacher. I'm encourage other educator to tie the 21st century skill and to incorporate emergent technology, computational thinking, and to use web tools on their classroom, okay? So that's the idea. Come on. So I want to explain how to use Mentimeter. Okay, this is the lesson, ICT, okay, IT lesson. Okay, we just press here. Okay, I want to copy paste my code. Oh, good. Right. Thank you. The first participant. Okay, engagement, added value, motivation, good, okay, yeah. So I want to explain, I want to copy paste, but for you, you will just press, okay, I want to go to open any navigator. I think it's still shared, my screen. So I want to go to menti.com, okay. Join a presentation, okay. I want to just copy paste my code, okay, and submit, right? And write my three words, okay, my brainstorming, my thought about this topic, okay. So come on, what about the other, please? Okay, hello. Okay, for me, I want to write, for example, artificial intelligence or augmented reality. Okay, for example, okay, inspiring. It's inspiring in classroom, inspiring. And for example, okay, computational thinking or coding, just coding, the word coding, okay. Yes. Thank you. It's fun, exciting, challenging. Yeah, using technology, it's challenging. Especially, I want to show you how to make assessment for your student, how to participate all the students in the classroom in only 5 minutes, okay? Using Web2 tools, of course, okay? Motivation. Come on, please. Hello. What about others, please? Come on. I want to hear from you, okay? Peace, yeah. Peace in the classroom, yeah. I'm totally agree, okay? Respect, yeah, of course. So we have only 2 minutes for this brainstorming, okay? So thank you for your participation, but I'm still waiting for others, please, okay? How to stop sharing my screen? How to stop? Oh my God, it's really how to stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Ms. Huda, you can go up. You will see the green color. You click on it. You stop. Go to the top of your screen.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. I really, the first time I use Zoom, okay.
Yeah, so you can go to the top of your screen. You will find the green color.
Arrêtez, arrêtez, vous êtes en train de partager votre écran, arrêtez, voilà.
Yeah.
Donc, okay, thank you. Voilà, it's okay, it's done. So please, I wanna just start to explain, not to explain, of course, we are here to exchange experience, okay? So I'm here just talking about my experience, my successful, modest experience with my student, okay? So I wanna how to encourage my colleagues to tie the 21st century skills and technique. So we haven't other choice. We haven't any choice today. We haven't any choice. So the world is changing in a pace that is unprecedented politically, economically, and socially. And with the advent of internet, globalization seems inevitable in an already shrinking world. Therefore, schools, classroom, and curricula should respond of this change or else simply perish. Okay, tomorrow's world is centrally very different at all levels. Hence, new skills and competencies are required for the jobs of tomorrow. Today's learners need to acquire those skills if they want to meet the employability criteria of the future. So what are those skills that learner need urgently? Those skills are commonly called I'm not really focusing on this now, okay? I'm not talking about hard skills or soft skills. I'm not talking about core skills alone and life skills alone. I'm talking about the core life skills, okay? For example, the most important for me is digital literacy, critical thinking, and problem solving, creativity, and imagination for student leadership, okay? So as you may notice that these skills are not related to a certain subject area or a particular content, but they go along with every subject and every content. Also, those skills are more linked to what is called social emotional intelligence. Hence the notion of social emotional learning, we call SEL. The social emotional learning is a kind of learners that counts for the social and emotional dimension for learner, and by the same token prepares them for the future. It works on developing learners' emotional intelligence by encouraging them to be social, smart, empathic, cooperative, and open. To do so, teachers resort to practice such as equity and inclusion, okay? Sorry. So the word equity, I'm really fighting
Ms. Duha, sorry
yes,
for interrupting you. Can you share your screen or you cannot?
To share my screen, okay.
Yeah.
So I want to just share some activities, okay. So
right,
I'm talking orally. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So just a minute. Sorry. Okay. So as I say, the word equity, I'm really fighting since more than 3 years about the equity and equality in the classroom in the schools. Okay, especially equity, because the equity is a key concept in education, and it's referred to the fact of giving equal chance to every single learner, and that no one should be left behind. Okay, and really just underline it. Okay, no one should be left behind in your classroom. Okay, so I'm focusing today on technology for learning. That means using technology for learning and teaching. We are not only teaching, we are learner too. Okay, so in today's classroom we cannot consider the technological component in education. Teachers who are tech savvy are more likely to help their students better in acquiring the knowledge, skills, and competencies the 21st learners need. The newly evolving technology, including apps and educational platform, make it easy for teachers to reach out for all of their students and help them overcome their weakness. So as a computer science teacher today, I want to focus sincerely about technology, computational thinking and emerging technology, but I want to explain how every educator, okay, I don't know, historic, Arabic, French, fine arts educator can ties the 21st century skills, can use Web 2 tools, can use emerging technology, okay, easily in his classroom, okay. So as a computer science teacher, personally, okay, my curricula is focused on problem solving, coding. It's a STEM subject that helps prepare my students to address future challenges, to give them the best start possible. I'm looking to help them develop a toolkit of technical skills. For the emergent technology, as many educator, there is many fields on emergent technology, but here I'm talking about only 3, okay? The emergent technology as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality into our classroom. The aim here is to enable more innovative and engaging teaching method and learning experience. Okay, so it's really motivated. I want to show you just a short video. Okay, so about I'm talking about SEL. SEL, it's social emotional learning, and in my classroom, I improve it sincerely. I improve SEL. Okay. I improve SEL in my classroom because it's a way of learning through which students gain the skills and knowledge to identify and manage their emotion, understand different perspectives, show empathy for others, set and achieve positive goals, develop and sustain positive relationship, and make responsible decision. So here, I want to ask you, I want to ask you, I'm talking about CEL, and I know that many educators now concentrate about technology and CEL in their classroom, okay? So I want to share my screen again, sorry, to ask you a question, important question, sincerely, I want to answer, because I want to, that you help me, that I'm the right way, okay, of teaching my student, okay? Partager l'écran, voilà. So, sorry. Okay.
Yes, Duha. Number one, you have to open the file first, then you can share. Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry for this annoying. Okay.
No, it's okay.
I'm not really used to with Zoom. Okay. Before I use Microsoft Teams and other tools. Okay. So please, my question here. Okay, because I'm really concentrate on CEL, on soft skills, on life skills, on encourage my student to motion and the abilities, okay? So I'm asking here, what's the most important for our students' success, okay? The soft skills or the academic qualification, okay? So please help me to find which one is the most important, okay? Come on, please, okay? Vote. So we go to menti.com. We write 8181741, okay? It's very easy, just open any navigator with any devices, okay? Any mobile devices, okay? And go to menti.com. Academic qualification, okay, thank you. Okay, the soft skills, that means communication, that means, yeah, it's important both, I know. Yeah. Personally, I don't know if I think, okay, in the right way, but personally, I think that both of them, they are really important, okay, for our students' success. But the soft skills, I think it's more important than academic qualification. I don't know. It's my point of view, okay? So anyone is, yes. Okay, thank you. 3 participants, please. What about others? Come on, hello. Yes. Yes, okay. So that's my point here. Okay, I don't know if you agree with me, if anyone can help me with this, okay? So for me, I think that the most important is the skills, okay? Whatever the skills, hard or soft skills, okay? So that student can be ready for his future job, can ready for the life out of school, okay? So the academic qualification, it's just I'm perfect in English, I'm perfect in mathematics, I'm perfect in, but in the real life, what it's message student, okay? Student, so for example, for me, I want to show you a practical thing, okay, to improve, to show you my evidence, okay? So why I'm really interested about this? Because sincerely, okay, I want to show you here, the teaching is a work, please, my screen is still sharing, right? Okay, hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So here I'm just looking some picture because I'm really appreciate the expert and educator, the talented educator talking about every day, explaining how to tie the 21st century skills, how to use technology in their classroom, how to motivate students, how to make a leader, okay, in their classroom, how to care about special needs in their classroom, how to be really innovative educator, how to be incorporate this kind of new technology. Okay, some teachers are afraid of change. Okay, let's be sincere, especially in Arab world. Okay, so here I want to show you why I'm really interested about the soft, not only the soft skills of my student. I'm talking about the SEL, the social emotional learning. I'm talking about the core life skills of my student. So here, for me, teaching is a work of art. I always tend to celebrate creativity in all its form. I realize the importance of harness and nurturing the creativity of my student. I'm commitment to lifelong learning, and this form of commitment is necessary to be truly innovative and to provide my student with the best educational experience possible. So I want to move to the important thing is, okay, here it's my some teacher how to use Microsoft Teams, Flipgrid, Worklet, everything, how to support your student in the quarantine. Okay, so how I support my student, because really I really interested to be near, even there is a hard situation, okay, due to COVID-19, but I believe that I should, my duty, I should still near to them. Okay, so the value of teamwork and collaboration. I always facilitate better teamwork with my student to be effective. Good communication and teamwork between them is vital to ensure that they are getting the time, attention, and level of instruction required. Typically, each student in my classroom is tasked with carrying out specific duty and responsibility in a collaborative manner. Here, I want to talk about led learning student. Okay, the word, so I'm not really expert of the hard word in English, because I'm not a teacher of English, okay, but I want to just talking about my experience. So about my experience, really, when I give a task, I just divide them on small group and I select a leader. Okay, why I select a leader? You know, everyone knows that in our classroom, we have three types of students. We have the loggers, we have the followers, and we have leaders. And if I select leaders in this small group and they will work together, okay, they will learn so much from each other, okay? So the idea here is that the logger, the low achiever, okay, I hope that one day that he'll become a follower, and the follower, it will follow the leader and become a leader, okay? So that's the idea, okay? So they learn from each other, okay? It's better 100% than learning from me. That's the idea, okay? And I believe on this. I don't know, okay? I believe on this and I practice this in my classroom. I want to show you the practice, because the theoretic, the theatric words and explanation, it's not really touching my heart sincerely. So I wanna talking about the practice, how to use it effectively in our classroom with our student. So here I was talking about computational thinking. I'm not really concentrated about my experience because I wanted to encourage others. Okay, I use computational thinking. I use many apps as Scratch, as Minecraft, as App Inventor. I want to show you the emergent technology that is, I use it with scientist teacher. Okay, so we have many, the emergent technology. Okay, I incorporate. Sincerely, not me. I help other teacher as science, as fine art teacher to use the emergent technology such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality into our classroom. The aim is enable more innovative and engaging teaching. There is many apps. I want to talk about the apps and especially the Microsoft CoSpace. Okay, I want to show you here the video how we can simply, okay, if you are not expert, okay, if you are not expert and you have any idea about IT, you just take your mobile phone, you download apps, okay, about emergent, about augmented reality, okay, and you can practice. I want to just try to make it more, okay. So here, just you print some picture from the net, okay? You download your apps on your mobile phone and you just try to not show your student a fixed picture, okay? You just motivate them with augmented picture and with dynamic, okay, pictures, and they will really, it's really be something really inspiring for students. So sorry for this. I want to move to the next. So the idea here is just the science teacher. So un problème s'est produit. So I just, I'm sorry for this, okay? I don't know, this day have some technical problem in everything, okay? My computer, so, okay, I want to show you this, for example. This is, it's activity done, not with scientists. There, some picture about a human body, okay? Heart, mind, etc. Okay, so this is activity done with physics teacher, okay, about the elements, how to help student to memorize the element of our the symbol of our elements, okay, like oxygen, like carbon, etc. Okay, so they take their mobile phone, they download apps, the teacher, and I help them to, I give her the name, how to download this document, etc. And it's really something really inspiring, okay, motivated and inspiring for all the students and for all the school, okay, believe me. So here it's not really clear, the video, it can work, okay, I don't know, maybe about bed network. So here it's clear that student bring his mobile phone and the teacher gives him the symbol sodium and magnesium, okay, to know the symbol, how it's written, and he see the sodium moving, okay. It's the augmented reality. It's simple, easy, without any ICT knowledge, okay. Any teacher, any subject, any teacher can use it in his classroom, and not about science and physics. There is for all subjects you can find inspiring and different activities, okay. So I want to move to the next. Okay, I want to move to the public speaking. Okay, why I really now I'm really fight, and I really want to improve my student social emotional learning, and my student core life skills. Okay, why? Because for example, public speaking, I wanna just tell you a short story. I don't know I have enough time or no, okay, but all of us, we have afraid to stand up and to read our presentation in front of people. It's really something freed us. We don't have confidence ourselves. We are afraid. We don't have a habit. Anyone teach us in our school. No teacher helped me to understand what I should do. At university, it was a catastrophe. It was a disaster. I can't even stand up to present my memories, okay, my project. So for my students, they are only 11-year-old. I teach 7th, 8th, 9th grade. They are 11, 12, between 11 and 14-year-olds, and they are self-confident. Why they are self-confident? Because I teach them really how to use public speaking very well, okay, how to stand up, how to talk loudly with confidence, okay. So public speaking is an important skill set to develop early on in our student, okay. I really advise every educator all over the world to use this public speaking with his student, okay. When students present their work to their peers, they face some of their deepest fear in an academic setting. They also build their artistic potential by defending their work and considering their audience in a new ways. It's really something not important, okay? It's something really touching you when really you see your student, they are express everything orally, okay? They work, they have confidence, they work their presentation, their project, and they are in front of their classmate, and they're talking loudly with a total confidence. There's something really, I'm very proud about this, this really this revolution, okay, in my classroom and in my school. Okay, it's something really I'm very proud about this, and I wish that every educator, okay, talking not about really developed country, especially Arabic developing country, okay, can ties this 21st century skills, okay. So here I'm returning to support my students' social emotional learning. I'm not really focusing, we can eat, we can have a break for 1 hour, we can eat together, yeah, can close relation, okay. So we can take them for outings together, can have trips together, okay. So it's really something really touching, really something important. They improve my skills and improve my students' skills too, okay. Playing together too, we are playing together in our school too, okay. So all this kind of activities, it's really force the relationship and really have a good impact on our student success, believe me, okay. So here's some innovative activities, but I want to move quickly to before showing you if I have time or no, because I want to just if you have any question, if I have time, I want to show you, I want to talking about activities that I use it with my colleague. It's fine arts teacher. So how to use technology, okay? How to incorporate technology, okay? For example, you are a fine art teacher or Arabic teacher. Oh my God, what can I do with my student? I don't know about Web 2 tools. I don't know anything about IT, okay? How to use it? It's easy to use it, okay? I have some links, I have some way, some document online, okay? Maybe I will share this with you, but I want to move lastly for the question before I'm moving to the important part for me, okay? It's the assessment, how to make assessment with our student. So quickly, I want to move to the last question. Okay, not the last question, sorry. Okay, so please, hello. Again, okay, with Mentimeter, take your smartphone and ask me anything, okay? Sorry for the quick presentation, okay? I want to just, because I want to just all the educator join me and participate with me, okay? To share our experience, okay? To learn from each other. So please just ask me anything you want to ask me about what my resume, okay? It's not the full presentation, it's a quick presentation, but please come on, okay? If you have any question, okay, to move to the lightest part is about assessment, okay? What's the most, please, so the assessment, I want to talk after this about the assessment, but now please go as usual to open any navigator, okay? Menti.com and write 5859671, please, okay? No question yet, okay. Hello. How can we cater for sale in case classes go online again? Okay, a good question, okay? Okay, so to improve your students' social emotional learning, for me personally, I still in touch with them in Messenger. We have groups on Microsoft Teams. We have working on e-twinning groups, e-twinning project. We have lastly a dissemination. We have a meeting. So we are talking together, sending message together. So I feel that we're still in class. So for me, it's not over, okay? Because I still in touch with my student, okay? The online learning, it's for me, it's the own solution to improve your student social emotional learning, of course, okay? And keep in touch with them, encourage them, okay? Support them, love them, okay? So that's the most important. So please, okay, we move to the next question. Okay, what the most challenging issue you faced when using technology? For me, sincerely, as a computer science teacher, I haven't any barrier, okay, any difficulty about using the IT, the web tools, etc. Sincerely, the most important challenge in my school, okay, it's the material, okay. Sometimes the internet connection works, sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes you have a lab, all the PC are working perfectly, okay. Sometimes you find your lab with a PC that doesn't work, or you can't, for example, so you have planning something with your student, so you can change at the last minute, okay. That's the challenge. Especially I'm talking about our Arab world, okay, our countries, okay. But for the other teacher here, I'm today to encourage my colleagues, not computer science teacher, to use technology, to incorporate emerging technology, to tie the 21st century skills and technique in their classroom. So our sixth question. So oh no, I want to move to this question. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. The first time using Mentimeter, how we can encourage students using technology. Okay, so to encourage students using technology, it's easy, okay, because even you are in normal classroom, we don't have computer there, you don't have tablet, just they can bring their mobile phone. They can for example, okay, let them bring their mobile phone in that session to use Menti, to use Kahoot, to play Kahoot, to motivate them, okay. It's not easy, it's not difficult at all. The web tools, it's easy to use, okay, even for educator, for non-computer science teacher, for English, for Arab, for other subject, okay. So it's easy to use it. The online or the distance learning can please can okay, can I move? Okay, how can? Okay, very interesting. Could you please share some ICT reference you mentioned? Okay, of course, if you want that I send you, I don't know, document that I can use, for example, Mentimeter to vote. For example, at the end of session after assessment, I can use Menti or other, or I don't know, there's many web tools to use it, okay, for brainstorming, for homework, for playing, for assessment. There is many web tools. I want to share with you the most important and free web tools that you can use it on the classroom, okay? So what is your opinion of those teachers who are technologically challenged, the old one, and who don't want to be indulged into technology? So yeah, I know this, okay? They are afraid of change, okay? Because they think if they use web tools, they will waste time. They should finish this part. They should finish this curricular part, okay? 1 hour, it's not enough. Oh, let's move to the next exercise. Let's move to the next activities. No, that's not right. So web tools, not to use technology in your classroom. It's not take time, not any knowledge, okay? It's simple tools that you can use it and you can motivate your student to ties the 21st century skills and techniques, and to not only motivate them, you can at the same time you use technology and you are improving your students' social emotional learning. You just care about the student having special need. You're just trying to help the followers and followers to be leader, okay? That's the idea, okay, of using technology. Just encourage them. We don't have other solution. Just encourage all teacher to ties the 21st century skills. We don't have other solution, okay? We can't force them. How can I stay motivated for learning more and more? Okay. To stay motivated for learning, okay, I'm staying motivated for learning and teaching more and more and more and more. Why? Because I'm connected, my classroom, my schools, I connected to the international school award from British Council. Okay, we have a beautiful experience for a full year. Okay, and all the school, it was really something like magic. Believe me, I connect on eTwinning, and eTwinning, it's a very beautiful platform. Okay, to connect with all educators all over, not all over the world. Okay, from European countries. Okay, so students can work on eTwinning. So they can improve their skills, they can improve their language, because for us, I think I'm talking about me, as I use French in my classroom, okay? My students work on a project on STEAM, on SDGs project, okay? On PBL project, problem solving project in English, okay? So they improve their language, they improve their skills, they improve their core life skills, I improve their social emotional learning. I improve everything on them, okay? By this project, international project. I'm not alone in this world. I should connect with the whole world, okay? For example, the Skype session, okay? The Microsoft Community Educator is the perfect place to connect with educators all over the world, to learn courses, to train, okay? I'm a master trainer, okay, for 2 years, okay? I'm training many educators all over the world, from Tunisia, from Arab country, from Bangladesh, from India, from all over the world, okay? So that's the idea, and you're still motivated, not only motivated, you will be eager to learn more and more and more, okay? So I think that, thanks for doing that. Okay, I don't know if there is a question, I didn't ask it, okay? But it's time to move to the last part, it's assessment. Okay, I wish that I could answer the majority of the question. Okay, the assessment, I want to just here, I don't know how to do it. Okay, arrêter. Voilà. So here, I'm sorry if there is no much time. Okay, just I will, on 2 minutes, I will finish on 2 minutes. Okay, so for the check learning against outcome for your student. Sincerely, I use many tools, but the online assessment tools I will be reaching into is Kahoot. Okay, I have chosen these tools because I use it severely in my lesson to assess and monitor my pupils' progress. The impact of these tools on my pupils has been tremendous. On obvious impact in my lessons where I have used it. Kahoot is the increased student engagement and motivation to learn and challenge themselves. Apart from the fact that Kahoot is a very effective online assessment tool, it also has brought a gamification dimension to life in my class. So now quickly I want to move to the Kahoot. Sorry, okay. So, I'm sorry if, je suis désolée que j'ai passé mon temps, d'accord, mais voilà, encore, donc, just a few minutes to finish. Okay, login, So please, we will play together as your student in classroom, okay? I want to show you today, encourage you to use the Web 2 tools, okay? Okay. Continue for free as an educator. So to encourage your student to really motivate them, to really tie the 21st century skills and technique. So we will play now, teach, okay. So please, you can open any browser, okay. You can open any browser and write kahoot.it, okay. And please, okay. Kahoot is tools. I know that many educators use it, okay, but I want to play together, okay, as my student, okay. So just go to any navigator, go to www.kahoot.it and press this code. Good, Lubna, thank you for joining us, okay. So I want to explain step by step for you, okay. So go to kahoot.it. I want to open here. I want to open, okay, use Kahoot. Just write Kahoot. You can write only Kahoot, okay. And you not press this first link. It's to make Kahoot. You press kahoot.it, okay. Enter game pin. And you will just enter this game pin, 999624, okay. Here, copy paste. Okay, for me, copy paste, for you now. So I want to just write my name and go, okay, go. I'm in. Okay, 2 players now. What about others? It's easy to join, please. Let's play together today, okay? Please, come on. Hello. Hossein, you too, okay. Yeah, thank you, Hossein, for joining us to play. What about others? Hello. Okay. 3 players, okay. Please go to kahoot.it. Intisar, thank you for joining us. Thank you. What about others? 4 players. Hello. Come on. Hello. Four players. Hello. About our moderator. Okay. Where's our moderator, please?
Yeah, here I am.
Yeah,
Okay.
hello.
Hello.
Sondas.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm watching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fatiha. Okay, welcome. Okay. 6 players, 7. Ariel. Thank you for joining. 7 players. Good. Okay. Okay. Sorry for the name. I can read it. Sukaina. Nadif. I don't know if it's right or no. Sorry if I pronounce it not really correctly. Okay. Hasisa. Hasis. Sorry. Okay. 10 players. Okay. We can start. Okay. There's no much time. We can start. Okay. Ready? Hello. Let's start. The first question. Okay. It's 3, 2, 1. What are core skills? I don't know, core skills or life core skills, okay? You can just choose. You can just choose, okay. 1, digital literacy, problem solving, critical thinking, or organization. Okay, you can just, no, we have just 1 answer correct, okay. 3 are correct, and organization, it's not part of the core skills or the life core skills. Next, Hossein, it's in the first place. Okay, fine, good boy. Okay. Next.
Thank you, teacher.
You're welcome. Okay. Second question, what is meant by emerging technology? So emerging technology, it's artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, or drawing. Okay, you can choose more than one option. Okay, you choose. Okay, we have 4 answer correct. Good. Okay, so drawing, it's not correct, of course. Now Hussein is still the first place. Good. Muhammad is the second place. Okay. Lubna in the 4th, Sandas in the 5th. Okay, next. Good work, my student, my kid. Why is cell important in our school? Okay, so you can read it. Cell teach student how to work in a group. Cell helps student and adult thrive in school and in life. Cell provide a foundation for safe and positive learning. Cell helps a student to create the illustration of 3-dimensional imagery. 3 option correct. Good. Next. Muhammad, yeah, good. Muhammad, you are the first place. Good. So Hussein, the second place. Good job, my student. The next 4th question, true or false? Technology in the classroom will continue to increase. True or false? Of course, technology in the classroom will never stop to increase, of course. Will still increase, increase. Okay. Oh my God, only 3 answer is correct. Okay, next, the last question. We have here Muhammad is still in the first place. Very good, Muhammad. Hussein the second, Lubna the third, etc. Okay, we move to the latest question. Okay, how does school prepare students for the future? Teach complex thinking skills, be future focused, round out of the curricula, encourage teamwork. It's easy to select the right answer. Okay. Okay, good. So we have 4 question, 4 answer is correct. Next. Okay, the podium now. Okay, suspense. Who is the first place? The 3rd place is Lubna. Congratulations. Okay. The 2nd is Hussein. Thank you, Hussein. The 1st place, who's the winner? Muhammad. Oh, thank you, Muhammad. You are my hero today. Okay.
Congratulations, Muhammad.
You are our hero today. Okay. So we will move to the latest thing. Thank you so much for playing together today. So it's really fantastic to play with your student, okay? That's the idea. So the latest thing today is to give me your feedback. Sorry, I want to find the latest Menti. Brainstorming. Okay, I think this is one. Okay, so please give me your feedback, your overall assessment of this session, of this presentation, of this short workshop, or something like showing you my experience. Okay, sharing our experience together. So please give me your feedback. If you are below, if this is it was below your expectation, if you prefer not to say anything, if you met your expectation, if it exceeds your expectation, okay, please give me your feedback. Thank you for voting. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, thank you, thank you. Oh, really? I'm so happy. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your kindness and support.
Yes,
really
yes,
happy.
It's true. It's true, yeah.
Thank you, Hussein, for the invitation. It's
Yeah,
really something really funny for me. It's really something happy to share my experience with others, okay, to learn from each other, okay, to grow and learn. It's important because, you know, our world, we don't have a lack of training. So please, let's exchange, let's share our experience together. Let's spread our experience. Let's learn from each other, okay? Thank you so much for your voting. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'm sorry for technical problem. Okay, I love you. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Actually, really amazing presentation, amazing workshop. Actually, we had fun with you, and we learned a lot about how we can insert, the ICT technology into the classroom. So because it makes the students more engaged, more motivated in the classroom, especially with this generation. So thank you so much. We really appreciate, everything you did and you mentioned in the presentation. And I think the end of the conference. So I would like to thank everyone for being here, and I will let the floor to Mr. Hussein to conclude.
I should share my screen, right?
Yeah.
No, okay, arrêtez, voilà. Thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. Hussein, I will let the floor to you.
Thank you. So thank you, Hafsa, for moderating the second part of the conference. I would like to thank our guest speakers for their wonderful presentations, workshop delivered by Mrs. Rashida Gilzim. We have learned a lot of things, very inspiring ideas, very interesting tips for both for teachers and learners. And hopefully, as I say all the time, coronavirus is something good, okay? Thanks to coronavirus, now we are here, okay? We learn from each other, okay? And it's very easy to organize, a conference, and the benefits will be for a lot of people. So which means that when there is a problem, okay? When there is an issue, let's turn the issue, the weakness into strength. Now we are taking the advantage of this, coronavirus, and we are trying to learn from each other. And as you know, that the theme of today's conference is about the 21st century skills. And here we are talking about two key players. We do believe that teachers are not empowered. For the education system here in the Arab world to give to empower teachers and learners. The education will not get improved with learners, because the king and the queen in education are learners. We have to empower both teachers and learners, educational system. Thank you again for all of you. And of course, tomorrow is the second day. And tomorrow we are going to have, again, very experienced, lovely speakers from Algeria, from Philippines. And here we have Ariel, we have Hind Bari from Algeria, Mrs. Huda, Muhammad from Morocco. And of course, I'm going to share with you the workshop. So please, any volunteer would like to add something? Yeah, it's our pleasure.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. This is my first time attending one of your workshops, Sir Qaserras. I enjoyed being here. I've learned a lot. And I have a request. Please share the Zoom link, because I had to wait for Rashida to share it with me. Okay. And if you, I don't know if it's possible to invite more people and to share the link with other people.
Great, very interesting. Yeah.
How are you, Lubna?
I'm good. I'm adapting. I'm adapting.
When are you coming back?
I'm back. Actually, I'm back. I just came before late. Yeah, finally. Thank you very much.
Thank you for attending. Thank you, all of you, for attending. Thank you, presenters. Thank you, attendees. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's all I can say.
All right. Thanks a lot. Hind Bari, do you want to say something from Algeria?
Yes, of course. First, what I want to say that I enjoyed a lot. Not just enjoyed, but I learned a lot with dear participants, really. So thank you very much for Mr. George Kokolas for the techniques, strategies while teaching online. Thank you very much for the presentation of Mrs. Sondos Azi about critical thinking. and she well demonstrated the meaning of critical thinking. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all the participants about the interesting presentation, really interesting. And many thanks to Mrs. Doha about her presentation, her presentation. I really enjoyed, especially when she talked about social emotional skills and so on. Thank you, and soft skills. And thank you very much. And thank you for Global Best Foundation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
It's our pleasure. Yes, Mr. Ariel, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just would like to say everyone stay safe because COVID is still there. Here in the Philippines, we have 4,000 cases every day, and we have now over 140,000 cases. So I hope this will end and everything will be okay. Keep safe, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's call it a day. Thank you.
Yes.
Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you.
Inshallah. Yes, thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you, Sundus.
Thank you,
You're
everyone.
welcome.
Hafsa.
Thank you
Everyone.
to all.
Thank you.
Goodbye.